Committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. The hearing is titled Oversight of the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Federal Housing Administration. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. I'm sorry, 4 minutes for an opening statement. Welcome back, Secretary Fudge. It's been 906 days since you last testified before this committee. That was in July of 2021. That was your first and only appearance before the committee during your almost 3 years as secretary. So welcome back. To be clear, this is not for a lack of trying on committee Republicans' part. Your office routinely avoided responding to numerous requests to appear in last calendar year, but glad you're here at the beginning of this calendar year. This sends the wrong message to the American people that are struggling with high housing prices, lack of availability, to the American taxpayers generally, and to the members of this committee, all of whom recognize the fragility of our housing market. My expectation is that members will use their time effectively today to get the answers our constituents deserve. The issues at hand are too important to be sidelined by political gamesmanship. A lot has changed since you last appeared, Secretary Fudge, and little for the better. Mortgage rates have increased 150% since their all-time low in January of 2021. Rents have risen by more than 15% nationally since 2021, and homelessness increased by 12% over last year. There's been a gross lack of attention to these issues under your watch and little progress, which makes your unwillingness to appear before this committee even more concerning. We have a lot to discuss today, so I'll dive right in. HUD's disparate treatment of disabled veterans seeking housing assistance has exacerbated the veterans' homelessness crisis. Under your leadership, the agency has repeatedly failed to do the right thing by these American heroes. There is a charity headquartered in my district called Purple Heart Homes in Statesville, North Carolina, created to provide housing solutions for qualified service-connected disabled veterans. And I tell this story because it's important for your lack of responsiveness and your team's lack of responsiveness. Purple Heart Homes reached out to my office for help after realizing that HUD red tape was incorrectly disqualifying disabled veterans from accessing housing assistance through the Community Development Block Grant, or CBDG. At issue is HUD's use of not one, not two, but 3 different definitions of income for these veterans. This means under some definitions they might qualify, and under others they may not. These conflicting rules understandably confuse applicants and grantees alike, leaving some disabled veterans without access to the support they are qualified for. I wrote to you about this in 2022, urging HUD to fix this problem by simply issuing clear guidance to address any confusion. And instead of doing something, it took 3 months for you to respond, saying you would, quote, consider how HUD can better communicate income definitions, end quote. A few weeks later, I wrote again requesting you reconsider and take swift action to resolve the problem. When you finally responded, you defended the system, saying that your existing rules, quote, do not disenfranchise disabled veterans, end quote. Your lack of attention to such a serious problem facing our nation's veterans is unacceptable. Denying support to disabled veterans in any capacity is abhorrent, and HUD has a legal and moral authority to do better, moral obligation to do better. Unfortunately, your unresponsiveness to congressional inquiries appears to be part of an alarming trend by the Biden administration and Biden administration regulators and agency heads who think that they're above the law and beyond scrutiny. Secretary Fudge, I hope today's hearing serves as a reminder Congress will carry out its oversight duties, and we will get to the answers the American people deserve, and we will hold you accountable for the decisions you make. If there's not attention to this level of detail for veterans, homeless veterans, how do we address the larger issue of housing availability and the cost of housing? These are serious issues. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentlewoman from California, for 4 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. It is indeed my honor to welcome you before the committee today On behalf of the Democratic members of the committee, I want to thank you and your team, despite the dysfunction and obstruction by extreme MAGA Republicans, for all the work you're doing to address our nation's housing crisis by improving supply, affordability, and equitable access for all. This fight to end our nation's housing and homelessness crisis should be bipartisan. Right now, there is a shortage of 14 million homes for rent or purchase in the United States, and extremely low-income renters, in particular, are experiencing an absolute shortage of 4 million homes. Meanwhile, over the last several decades, housing costs have outpaced wage growth. It's absolutely unacceptable that there is no state, metro area, or county where a minimum wage worker is able to afford the rent on a modest two-bedroom home. These statistics apply to Republican districts as well as Democratic ones. In fact, 62% of committee Republican states saw an increase in homelessness that was equal or higher than the 12% nationwide increase between 2022 and 2023. That's why I'm pleased that the Biden-Harris administration has taken an all-of-government approach to leverage critical pandemic relief and appropriations funds secured by Democrats to keep over 12.4 million families housed, increase the supply of affordable homes across the country, and lower housing costs for millions. In particular, HUD has helped house and provide services to over 2.6 million people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. That's not all. Secretary Fudge, you've led HUD to make significant strides to expand home ownership. Since 2021, 1.8 million people have purchased a home utilizing mortgages insured by the Federal Housing Administration, including 1.5 million first-time home buyers. This is the highest first-time home ownership rate at FHA in 24 years. There's work left to be done, but it's unfortunate that committee Republicans have brought Secretary Fudge here today just to attack HUD and the administration for this work when MAGA Republicans are on track to shut down our agency, your agency, and many others in just 8 days, forcing HUD to shutter its operations. So I'm proud that Democrats defeated an earlier Republican funding bill that would have slashed the federal housing budget, stripping rental assistance from 15,000 families, putting 63,000 rural families at increased risk of homelessness, eliminating 20,000 affordable homes from the supply pipeline, and more. To make matters worse, under their watch, housing prices continue to skyrocket, making up 70% of core inflation. But they have done nothing in response. Thankfully, committee Democrats do have solutions. Just this Congress, I introduced a package of legislation that, if passed into law, will create nearly 1.4 million affordable homes, end homelessness, and revive the dream of home ownership for all. Today, we'll also hear about many other solutions led by my fellow Democrats who stand ready to pass these bills into law. So I hope my Republican colleagues will work with Democrats to get these bills to the president's desk. With that, I look forward to today's hearing. The fight is on, and I yield back my time.
No time to yield back, but the fight certainly can be on.
It's on.
All right. I like the spirit of that, too. All right. The chair recognizes Mr. Davidson, chair of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Fudge. I'm disappointed that you were unable to join us for all of 2023, but I am glad you're here to start the new year. We have a lot of work to do to address major problems that HUD has been tasked to solve, and frankly, the results need to be better. As the chairman noted, leadership and accountability will be key themes today. I do share his concern about the lack of engagement and transparency we've had from HUD and your leadership team. but I look forward to today. HUD currently operates more than 90 permanent or temporary programs, many of which require periodic congressional reauthorization. Shockingly, nearly all HUD programs have expired authorizations, and some have been expired for more than 30 years. So it's no wonder that a huge agency with dozens of expired programs, limited oversight, and limited interaction with Congress remains badly broken. Your task is a large one. Rest assured, we are here to help, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance, Mr. Cleaver, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot to say and only 1 minute to say it. So let me welcome, first of all, our colleague, Secretary Fudge, back to the committee. But, you know, there is a lot that we need to say. You know, why provide robust funding for the Department of Housing when we have a housing crisis that has not been eliminated? The majority memo specifically points out that despite HUD, programs and funding challenges remain. And I would ask, you know, if that is accurate, why would we fund a judicial system when we still have crime? Why would we fund cancer centers when we still have malignant tumors? These are arguments to say nothing about the fact that our nation would be in a major worse way if we did not have this department. But significant work remains. We don't need slams against HUD, we need solutions to our problems.
Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Marcia Fudge, Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Secretary Fudge will be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony. Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters and distinguished members of the House Financial Services Committee. First, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the state of the Department of Housing.
Secretary Fudge, if you'll pull the microphone closer, maybe you just aim it towards you. That helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the state of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The support of this committee is critical to ensuring that every American has a roof over their head and the ability to live in strong and resilient communities. When this administration began, conditions were bleak. During the COVID-19 pandemic, millions of Americans lost or had little access to quality, safe, and affordable housing. Many more were at severe risk of losing their homes. Thanks to the decisive action, resources, and the leadership of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and leaders in Congress, we were able to stave off the worst impact of the pandemic. Now, 3 years later, HUD has made historic strides to provide direct housing assistance, expand opportunities for homeownership and affordable rental housing, root out discrimination in housing, and build strong and resilient communities in urban centers and rural areas alike. Yet we all know there is ever-growing need for the types of assistance HUD provides. Our agency directly serves more than 9 million people monthly in every corner of our nation through our rental assistance programs alone, and we do far more than provide rental assistance. We oversee the supply of our nation's most affordable and often most vulnerable housing. We invest in community development, disaster recovery, and bolster economic opportunities for people of all backgrounds. The impact our work has on the lives of families across the United States cannot be overstated. Since 2021, HUD's programs have served or permanently housed 1.2 million people experiencing homelessness. We have supported nearly 1.8 million homeowners through the Federal Housing Administration, including 1.5 million first-time homebuyers. FHA has ensured that some 2 million homeowners with FHA mortgages could avoid foreclosure and stay in their homes during the pandemic. HUD has issued 120,000 new vouchers in the last 3 years, and that is a 20-year record. At the same time, we have worked across all programs to build, fund, or preserve at least 1.4 million units of affordable housing, and we are building more. There is a historic level of construction happening across the country today. All we have accomplished is in direct alignment with the priorities I laid out during our April 2023 budget hearing. Those priorities will continue to serve as our guide for 2024. They will because they must. President Biden's vision is to build a better America, to ensure that every person has the opportunity to get ahead, to address long-standing systemic challenges, including racial injustice and rising economic inequality, to tackle the climate crisis, grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and expand on historic progress our country has made over the years. We will not get there without a strong HUD. We will not reduce and ultimately end homelessness without a strong HUD. We won't be able to ensure our communities can withstand the impact of extreme weather, nor will have the ability to build our housing supply up to the level we need it to be. We have done a tremendous amount of work over the past 3 years. I am proud of the department and the positive impact that we are making on those we serve. HUD is committed to its mission, and our dedication to our important work has been made clear by the historic policies and impact our resources have had across the United States. Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and distinguished members of the House Financial Services Committee, I look forward to working with you. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. HUD's priorities and how HUD will continue to serve our most vulnerable citizens, increase the resilience of our communities, and tackle the challenges facing our nation. And I would say that since I have 20 seconds, Mr. Chairman, it was not my schedule that did not allow us to meet. The House schedule changed. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, gentlelady's time's expired, and I certainly, I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. So Secretary Fudge, I raised with you the issue of from Purple Heart Homes in my district, a constituent matter that I presented to you, almost 2 years ago. I do want to ask why it would take your agency and you 2 years to respond to a member of Congress, having served as a member of Congress. I don't think you would think that's appropriate behavior by a cabinet secretary. But I want to get into this question of disabled veterans. Why is it so difficult to tell disabled veterans how to verify their income? Turn on the mic, ma'am. No, actually, use your microphone because your microphone's not on.
Let's be fair about this.
This is
The law
this is a
what
VA.
requires-
This is not a VA program. This is a HUD program. And if you actually did the brief of the letters that I sent you, you would have the basic
Which I
information.
responded, Mr. Chairman.
It is not a VA program I'm asking about. I understand you're the HUD secretary. I'm asking about HUD's treatment of disabled veterans and why HUD cannot give disabled veterans clarity on what is their income. You have a 52-page document. Your agency has a 52-page document on telling poor disabled veterans how to verify their income. That is absurd. That is governmental incompetence. Why have you not answered and tried to fix this problem?
Do you want me to answer?
That is my question, ma'am.
Okay.
And not for me, but for disabled veterans in America and an agency that can't even tell poor people how to clearly define their income so they can qualify for programs to help themselves get housing.
Okay. Let me just say a few things. One is the median income is determined by Congress. It is not determined by us. It's number one. Number two, most of the problems with housing don't really come from HUD. The problem with the VA disability generally is a problem of Treasury because they come through LIHTC programs. Thirdly, and most importantly, we are working on changing the problem. It is one that I inherited. I did not make this up.
But you've not fixed it, ma'am. You've had plenty of time to go fix it.
We are in the process of fixing it.
You have not responded on this stuff. There are three definitions of income.
I may not have given you
HUD has a different one from the IRS and a different one from the VA. It is causing massive problems.
I agree.
I'm asking what you've done to
fix
fix
this. We have to work together to
this.
fix it because the VA has one, Treasury has a different one, and we have a different one. And so in order to come together to make it work, not only do we all need to agree, which is not the easiest thing, but it would be very easy if Congress just said, do it.
How about this? I sent you a letter, and all I had to do is get a response from you.
I have responded to every letter you have sent me.
This is a housing program that you administer. This is not some other agency's fault. Let me get to the bigger issue here. If you can't deal with this specific issue, it highlights the ineffectiveness of your secretaryship at HUD and what the administration's doing largely. What are you doing to reduce the cost of housing and lower the cost of housing? You've presided over higher rents, more homelessness, and an agency that's spending more. What have you done to actually reduce the cost of housing and get more people in housing in America?
Let me say, I really do wish I could control the price of housing in America. I don't have that power, but what I do have is the ability to make it easier for people to build affordable and low-income housing.
So what have you done to do that? That is my question.
We have done it by...
How have you increased supply?
We have increased supply because we have provided the kind of financing that our developers need to build new housing. We have preserved housing. We have created new housing. If you look at just the report...
How has HUD created new housing?
We don't build housing. What we do is we
But
make
you're
it
taking
available
credit for creating new housing. How are you doing
I am not
that?
taking credit. What I'm saying to you is that through things like LIHTC, through CDBG, through HOME, through the Housing Trust Fund, through working with our housing finance agencies, with the Federal Financing Bank through Treasury, and others, we have made the market such that it is desirable to build housing. This country has not built any major housing in 30 years.
And what
So
have you done
we are
to build
doing,
new
we're looking
housing?
at a model that
What
is
have you
30
done
years
during
old.
your reign at HUD to increase supply? How have you removed barriers? How have you
answered that.
created incentives for new housing supply? Rather than just giving million-dollar grants out, how have you actually increased supply?
The supply is increased by making the market such that people will build. It was not profitable for people to build low-income housing or moderate-income housing, and so they did not build it. So what we have done is increased the incentives to do it, and they are building it all over the country, everywhere. There are more houses being built today than have been built in 30 years. Today.
My time has expired. I'll go to the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Madam Secretary, I had looked forward to your being here so we could have a credible discussion about housing and what HUD is doing. But this attack that's been started by the chair of this committee is unacceptable. Now, first of all, I want the world to know both Democrats and Republicans treat our veterans in this country very well. Nobody is against disabled veterans. And if there are discrepancies or differences in what it takes for the veterans to qualify, then we need to straighten that out here in the Congress of the United States of America. And so let me just say this. When we started out this morning, I said in jest, the fight is on. But I want you to know that instead of, going into some of these questions, I would simply ask my chairman to treat you with respect and to allow you to answer the questions. Every time you attempt to answer the questions, he is interrupting you. So I don't want you to be upset or disturbed by this, but I'm going to ask all of my colleagues to treat you with respect. Having said that, I'm appreciative for the work that you're doing. I'm appreciative for the fact that we need more resources in this country to deal with housing and homelessness. But my friends on the opposite side of the aisle are budget cutters. They're not ones to support the subsidies that are needed and the opportunities that could be developed for developers who would like to build affordable housing. And so let me just say that in the 117th Congress, as then I was the chairwoman of this committee on housing and inflation. One of our witnesses, Ms. Margaret Eady, who was experiencing homelessness herself, stated in her testimony, and I quote, "You know, she just simply said, you don't know how good it is to have a knob to turn every evening, to enter a space where you're safe and not in danger until that is taken away from you," quote unquote. That is such a simple yet powerful statement for those of us who have a safe, stable, and affordable home to go to every night. We not always recognize how housing is at the heart of everything. For that reason, federal housing programs are an anchor for millions of people across the country who would otherwise be forced into homelessness or unable to access fair and affordable housing. Yet, HUD's budget is again on the chopping block. As early as next week, HUD could be facing a potential shutdown as Congress works toward another budget deal and extreme MAGA Republicans continue their campaign to defund federal housing programs. So can you tell us what a HUD shutdown, budget cuts, or program eliminations would mean for the stability and prosperity of families, communities, and our nation? The question that the chair put to you about what are you doing to build more housing is unfair. But what would it mean if they shut down this government?
Thank you so very much, Ranking Member Waters. Let me just say two things quickly. The president proposed a plan called Build Back Better that addressed the housing crisis head-on, and it was not passed. So we had the opportunity to address it. Secondly, if we are put in a position where we don't get our resources, not only does it delay the distribution of funds to communities all across the country, we have CDBG, we have all kinds, homeless resources, we do a lot of things, disaster recovery. All of those things would be curtailed until such time as we were able to move forward. So we are certainly hopeful that we don't find ourselves not being able to fund public housing, be able to fund rental housing and housing vouchers. So I just can say to you that it would be devastating to the people of this nation who depend on our work.
Thank you so very much for appearing before us today. I want you to know that I am extraordinarily appreciative for the leadership that you're providing in HUD and the work that your team is doing. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas, the Vice Chair, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Secretary, welcome to the committee. We're glad to have you today, and appreciate the ranking member's comments about, a shutdown in HUD, but we actually have a shutdown in housing in Little Rock, and I want to talk about that right now. We were faced with a housing failure in my city because of the collapse of the Little Rock Public Housing Authority. And first, let me enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, only 22 pages, HUD's Quality Assurance Division report, which came out in September 2020.
Without objection.
In this report, HUD details the financial laxity and malfeasance that has been allowed to fester in the Little Rock Public Housing Authority. HUD's report describes lapses in unit inspections going back to 2017, unauthorized transfers of funds to unknown accounts, deceased citizens continuing to receive housing vouchers, $700,000 under the CARES Act unaccounted for, and the Housing Authority's inability to produce an audited financial statement since 2019. I could go on. While this is alarming, it's not new. The Little Rock Public Housing Authority's problems date back to before 2016 when HUD labeled it as troubled. Inspector General reports and corrective action agreements between HUD and the Housing Authority were purported to have fixed these problems. But because of the pandemic, Madam Secretary, HUD never sent anyone to check whether these changes were actually implemented for 3 years. Now we're back to square one and even worse off than before. So no one's blaming the Department of Housing and Urban Development for the pandemic, and nobody's blaming HUD per se for the Little Rock Public Housing Authority's gross financial mismanagement, but HUD does bear responsibility, Madam Secretary, for failing to perform your compliance obligations and compelling the Housing Authority to take meaningful corrective action. So public housing authorities play a critical role in providing our neighbors, nearly 8,000 of my neighbors, with those particularly in need with housing, and so it's a big issue. Metro Housing Alliance negligence and HUD's lack of oversight means my constituents may not know if they'll have a roof over their head and leaves my district with a housing authority teetering on insolvency. May I ask you for your personal commitment that HUD will take responsibility for this catastrophic situation and commit to resolving these longstanding issues at the Little Rock Public Housing Authority?
Without question. And let me say to you, I agree. When I entered HUD, we had not had an inspection in 2.5 years. Not under my watch. 2.5 years. I was the one who mandated, directed that they go and start to do inspections because I knew that there would be problems that we did not know about.
Let me ask
So
you.
I support it 100%.
Thank you. Well, it's important, and we need that. And I'll say that across the board, every member of Congress on both sides of the aisle has been frustrated with government agencies, regardless of who the president is, not doing their job during the pandemic, despite unlimited resources being provided to those agencies. So I'm not making a political comment. I'm making a government bureaucracy comment that we just didn't let our people travel or do their jobs during the pandemic for far too long. The situation in Little Rock is just one symptom of the larger plague that's infected our public housing across the country. In my view, HUD has serious problems here, and in my time in Congress, we've yet to see concrete improvements from either Republican or Democratic leadership. I want to submit to the record, Mr. Chairman, an additional report. This is the HUD 2020 IG report that found that, please.
Without objection.
Yeah. This report found that HUD field operations staff had not been referring troubled PHAs to the department for action or submitting reports to Congress for 11 years, Madam Secretary. 11 years. And at that time, HUD was required by law to make this determination for 18 failing public housing authorities, but failed to do so. The IG reported that HUD staff never made a referral of any kind. So considering the abysmal state of public housing across the country, I find it hard to believe that HUD has not been making these determinations, and by definition then, assuming that all public housing authorities are in good shape. So Secretary Fudge, let's go from Little Rock to the bigger picture. How many public housing agencies have been troubled for 2 years or more that you're aware of? So across the country, how many public housing agencies are been in trouble for more than 2 years or more?
I have no idea off the top of my head, but I will say that 2020 report is a report that I received when I entered HUD.
Yeah.
We have now reduced our IG directions by 1,000. There were thousands of them when I came in. We have cleared 1,000. And
Thank you,
we are
Madam
working to clear
Secretary.
the others.
This is a big issue. It's important to this committee to have oversight of our public housing, and I yield back to the chair.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome back to Congress. I want to focus on something but both the chair and the ranking member were focused on, but not in a way to criticize, but in a way to focus on what HUD can do to help veterans. The issue here is how you calculate the income of a veteran, chiefly a disabled veteran. And there are two reasons you do the calculation. One is to determine whether they're eligible to get into the housing, and the other is to determine how much rent they have to pay for living in the housing. I'm focused only on the first. I can see budgetary effects of the second. If we turn to veterans and say, you pay less rent, maybe there's a budgetary effect. But there's no budgetary effect in saying, okay, we have a unit available, you're eligible, you can move in. And all of these programs, you're only eligible if your income's under a certain amount. And so it depends on how you calculate someone's income. And what I'd like to see is that service-connected disability payments not be considered income for this purpose. Now, there are many other areas where service disability payments are not considered income. The Internal Revenue Service code, for example. Now, this would create a circumstance where a disabled veteran, I can't think of anything more shameful than a homeless, disabled veteran, lost a limb defending us out on the streets. There's also a tremendous advantage for them living in HUD-VASH housing. It's mostly built right there on veterans' land where you have the hospital. And there's no one more likely to need a veterans hospital than a fully disabled American veteran. So we have Regulation 24 CFR 5.609 that defines income. And I wonder whether you'll work with us to change that regulation so that service-connected disability payments are excluded from the definition of income.
We are working on a proposal, a legislative proposal to do just that. All of us want to make sure that.
I'm also working on a legislative proposal, and if we had a functioning Congress, Congress could do this, and we wouldn't have to urge you to do it. Your department is more functional than Congress. Even your critics would have to admit that if they knew anything about Congress. So I'm hoping that rather than turn to us and say, here's what we should do, I can turn to you and say, here's what you can do, which is to amend your regulation 5.609. Do you agree with the purpose of this, to let disabled American veterans who are homeless live in housing usually built on veterans' land? Is that a good purpose?
If I could do it today, I would do it.
My goal is to convince you how you can do it not today, but over the god-awful period that it takes to amend your regulations. But you can still do it better and faster than we can do it.
We have provided the flexibility to our public housing authorities and others to at least go up as high as they possibly can, which includes most veterans.
Well, even if some programs are for 40% all area median income, some are 60. If you can get a special waiver, which requires you to send somebody out there, and you can go up to 80% of area median income. But 25% of homeless veterans are getting these disabled service-connected disability payments, and even at 60%, even at 80%, particularly in the largest veterans facility, I know the ranking member knows it well, that's now in my district. It's enormous, but it's in a high-cost area. And it's not a matter of 60%, 80%. We need to take the disability payments out of the definition of income. I've got one other issue to focus on, and that is mortgage insurance. The FHA program, it's required mortgage insurance. I don't have to tell you, that's working people, people of color, first-time home buyers. They have to pay the mortgage insurance premiums. That raises their costs. Are you willing to look at not requiring them to make these payments for the life of the loan, but rather to eliminate the payments when they get a certain loan to value, as the value of the house goes up?
Yes, I'm willing to look at it.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Fudge, it's good to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
As you've discussed, there are significant challenges to both rental housing and to home ownership, and the cost of a home is simply out of the reach of many Americans. And I know you take this challenge seriously, but Secretary Fudge, could you discuss what you're hearing from communities regarding the greatest barriers to housing, and how have things evolved since you first became secretary in this area in 2021?
Be happy to. Thank you so much. I think that one of the things that we have to realize as a nation is that because we have not built enough housing over the years, there is a supply and demand problem. It's very, very simple math. If you don't have enough housing, the housing that exists is going to be harder to get. And so people raise their prices. Secondly, supply issues for our builders have created another problem. But the biggest issue, Mr. Lucas, is that regulations from state and local governments have increased the cost of building a home by almost 30%. So when you talk about trying to make sure that you can build multifamily residences, you have to look at the regulations. Some of it is zoning. Some of it is the kind of material. Some of it is planning. There are many issues that create a lack of housing. And so what happens is they will not build housing that is not profitable. The only housing that has been profitable over the last years is high-income housing. We are destroying our core communities by not preserving housing. We are building many mansions where we should be building 2- and 4-unit buildings. But the biggest impediment is regulation, and the second biggest is private persons who come in and purchase properties and put them on the rental market. There is an estimate today that in the next 10 years, 40% of all of the housing in this country will be owned by private corporations.
Continuing with that line of thought, with the massive shortage of housing in this country that we face, and we've got to look for opportunities to expand the supply, and you've noted inflation, and you've noted a variety of issues. The Oklahoma City branch of the Kansas City Federal Reserve reports at the end of last year that Oklahoma has higher mortgage rates and higher home prices than a few years ago. As Congress works through how to create the best conditions to increase the housing supply and bring down costs, what are some of the issues you anticipate working on with Congress, even during these difficult times, to address that?
We are hopeful that we're going to be able to continue to provide tax credits, but at a higher rate than we are now, that we raise the cap on some of them because things just cost so much more today. We're hopeful that there will be a neighborhood tax credit, which has been proposed by many members of the House and Senate. We're also hopeful that we will actually take a look at what it costs to do housing today and start looking at the supply chain, start looking at people who are monopolizing the market on certain kinds of goods and services. Look at how we do more things locally so that the cost of getting, I was in Alaska. The cost to get materials to Alaska increases the value, increases the cost of that house threefold. We should be encouraging local resources, local building resources. We should be asking our communities to help us with infrastructure planning. Those are the things that create the problems, Congressman. And so what we're going to be doing is continue to ask for the things that we know are going to be helpful. And the last thing I would say is that as we look at our public housing, most of that housing is 60 years old. And we have more than 1 million units of housing that are in our portfolio. We cannot keep them current with a $3 billion budget for capital improvements.
Secretary, when you were confirmed by the United States Senate, I congratulated on you on having survived the United States House. Do you ever feel like you've jumped from the frying pan into the fire when you went to the executive branch?
Some days.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you so much.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Secretary, I'm so proud of you. You served with us as chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus. We worked so closely together, and many of us miss you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. I want to talk about the performance-based contract administrators. They're called the PBCAs, and they're very critical, as you know, to the Section 8 program, and it has invested $250 million in my great state of Georgia. But unfortunately, our Georgia Department of Community Affairs has been in a decades-long dispute with the department over the management of the PBCAs and your recent draft solicitation. And this is why I fought hard to include language in the FY 2023 Consolidated Appropriations Act directing HUD to work with stakeholders and public housing agencies in recommending mutually beneficial changes to the program model. So, Madam Secretary Fudge, can you confirm with us today whether HUD has complied with that congressional request and provide our committee with an update on the number of meetings with stakeholders that have taken place in relation to the housing assistance payment draft solicitation?
Let me say that off the top of my head, I cannot tell you that the report was submitted or when, but I will get that information to you as quickly as I can. I do know that we have complied. I just don't know the details.
Okay. Well, I think you would agree with me that more stakeholder engagement is certainly better than none. Can I get a commitment from you, Madam Secretary, that the HUD Department will seek additional input from stakeholders and create a workable, competitive model that includes all public housing agencies?
Yes.
Thank you. And let me just say that the bipartisan agreement that was included in the FY 23 Act further instructed HUD to ensure any new PBCA solicitation does not, and I quote, does not impede housing finance agencies from bidding on state-based contract. Tell me, does the current solicitation proposal ensure that this language is adhered to?
I am sure we do, but at this very moment, I can't tell you that. But I would say to you, Congressman, that I think all of you know that having served in this institution for as long as I did, I respect the institution. And as a lawyer, I respect the law.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, I will follow.
Well, I really appreciate it because I love my state of Georgia, and I fear that an abrupt change to the PBCA without the input of our state housing agency could cost Georgia hundreds of millions of dollars that would be used to assist thousands of elderly and underserved constituents in my district. So I'm just urging, Madam Secretary, that HUD to consider stakeholder feedback. We need that. And ensure that any final solicitation prioritizes the long-term preservation and oversight of our country's federally assisted housing stock. And you got a challenging job. Housing is one of our critical areas, and I want you to count on this committee and many of us on this committee to be your partners in dealing with these issues. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. By the way, I'm going to strongly identify with MAGA. I do want to make America great again. And so I appreciate the gentlewoman from California noting that we do have Republicans that are going to fight for our country and going to fight for Americans because we believe Americans have made this nation great. And so I want to thank the gentlewoman for including me in that comment. Madam Secretary, welcome. I want to talk today about what's called PBRA, Project-Based Rental Assistance. And in Texas, we have a nonprofit organization across the state that is there to help with Local Housing Administrators Coalition to administer the HUD's Section 8 program. And we've been doing this for quite some time, and it came as a result of not just HUD Inspector General findings that said it's better when it's developed locally as opposed to Washington, D.C. And yet, I am concerned about Section 251 of the recently passed transportation HUD legislation in the Senate, which reverses this. I want you to know that I believe we're going to be corresponding with your organization. I'm interested in your viewpoint of this because I believe to be consistent with your viewpoint about actively trying to help that this would be important. So I'm trying to give you that heads up. Secondly, Madam Secretary, back in February of '22, quite some time ago, I began, along with the gentlewoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, a former senior member of this body who passed away a week ago, along with the Honorable Greg Meeks, we engaged ourselves in trying to let you know that Dallas, Texas, as a result of huge growth all across Texas, but in Dallas, was experiencing huge growth and was asking for a waiver from the executive director, Troy Broussard. He was having problems in accomplishing this to get a waiver. By and large, it's real simple. You have housing, you want to build new housing, but you have to tear down this to get that, almost a 1-to-1 ratio. And we were asking for a waiver because extreme weather conditions, cold, heat, but the amount of people that were moving there. And I found it interesting. We wrote you finally after trying to get through to you in March, April, and in May 19th, we sent you a letter. The response that came back was very, very interesting from HUD. And it said the following, and I quote, and I'll be glad to provide this. While HUD understands the compelling housing needs in the area, meaning I assume Dallas, Texas, we're not going to give you any advice or consent or help. We're not going to come down and have a meeting. We're not going to address this with the mayor and local people. No was the answer back. No, you cannot. We will not give this waiver, and no, you can't do anything. Next thing that I'd like to put on your advice, you don't have to respond today, but my service in the Government Reform and Oversight Committee as chairman of Government Operations, we're aware that $380 million, almost $381 million, not that has anything to do with HUD, but that has everything to do with FEMA, has been taken out that was designated for veteran housing. $380 million to help cover this excessive amount of illegal people who are coming to this country. And it's staggering. Catholic Charities of San Diego received $42 million. Manhattan, the Office of Management and Budget, the City of New York, $38 million was taken out of funds that were designated entirely for veterans, is now going for this issue of those who've come to our country illegally. I know it'd be easy to say, well, that's not your area. I'd like to see it you become involved in that, because I think veterans are important. I've exceeded my time. I'll send you a letter on all three of these. Please tell Dr. McLean I said hi. I appreciate her a lot. Thank you. I yield back my time, Mr.
May I say one thing? If you don't get responses from my office, call me.
Well, we tried. Emmett
serious.
Smith tried to call you too. Emmett Smith, NFL total rushing leader from Dallas, Texas, tried to call you 3 times before someone figured out, oh, it's Emmett Smith from Dallas, Texas, football player. So we're trying that. Dr. McLean, I think, is a good answer. And thank you, Madam Secretary.
Well, that was a name drop. Emmett Smith, okay. All right, we'll now go to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the ranking member. Welcome back, Madam Secretary. Good to see you. God bless you for all your good work. As someone who grew up in public housing with my mom and dad and 5 sisters, I appreciate public housing probably more than most. We lived there for about 15 years until my mom and dad could save up enough money and buy a house of their own. That's the way this is supposed to work. I also want to thank you for your continued work in advancing the bipartisan community project funding initiatives that are in your jurisdiction and that Congress enacted into law over the past couple of appropriation cycles. In my own congressional district, I'm working with your department to finalize critical upgrades to several vital community facilities. The Ann Lynch Homes at Old Colony, which is a major, it's over 1,000 units, named after my mom. The New England Center and Home for Veterans, which has just been expanded. So we're doing our best with your help to take care of our homeless veterans. And the Mary Ellen McCormick Housing Development. There's a couple of ideas that we're working on that, and I know they're working. I talked to Mr. Jeffries. They're trying the same thing in New York, where we're taking major developments and we're doing one section of housing, several hundred units of unaffordable housing, but using the profits to pour over into the affordable units and to workforce housing. Is that a model that is supported by HUD, or are you constrained in any way of supporting that? Because, you know, it all works. We need a lot of housing, and we need workforce housing, so people might not be able to qualify for low-income housing. They're making a little bit too much. Maybe a nurse or a construction worker, you know, a firefighter or a police officer. So we're trying to find a niche where we can take care of them folks too.
Well, let me say that, of course, we are restricted by law as to how many units of public housing can be built. It is a one-for-one exchange. Now, this is an archaic law. I mean, we have tens of millions more people in America today than were at the time that they passed this legislation. Right. So I'm certainly hopeful that you look at it. But as it relates to the model, that is probably something that is really more local than it is through HUD. I think it's a great idea if it works. We want to do everything we can to help people build housing.
One of the other things we're looking at, and so the average single-family home in the Boston area is over $900,000. So according to the Joint Center for Housing Studies over at Harvard, and the Boston Globe did a spotlight team investigation as well, that would take an income of $300,000 to support that, you know, to actually make that viable. And you know, so there's a huge gap in the ability of people to afford this housing. But one of the things we're also looking at is micro housing, so units that are around 400 square feet. My wife and I, we moved into a little studio apartment till we could save up, and it was probably around less than 400 square feet, but it was just my wife and I, and the kids hadn't come along yet, but you know, that gave us some equity to finally buy a house of our own. And I'm just wondering, you know, zoning can sometimes be a restricting factor on developing public housing and building new public housing. Is there a way for us to, you know, to incentivize not all micro housing, but some element of it that would give people, especially a first-time home buyer opportunity, where they might be able to save up to buy a home of their own in this market?
One of the things that we are looking at through FHA, as well as it is happening through FHFA, we are trying to find more ways to do things like accessory dwelling units, manufactured housing. It has come so far that they are energy efficient, they are inexpensive to build. You're right, zoning does create some problems in some communities, but we are working and we are trying to incentivize those communities to allow that kind of building in their communities.
What else can we do? What else can we do here in Congress to help you do your job? And I know you're trying mightily to take care of the people that under your jurisdiction, but what can we do?
The two top things on my mind are to assist us in updating public housing. It has to happen, and we just don't have the resources to do it. And secondly, give us the flexibility to encourage communities to build more affordable homes. Those are the two things I hope you will do, and take care of the veterans.
Great, thank you. I yield back, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman from Florida, Mr.
Thank you,
Posey,
Ranking
now
Member.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I would be remiss if I didn't add a comment about MAGA Republican extremists that we've been referred to already in this committee and often on the House floor. You know, a MAGA Republican extremist is somebody that, for example, doesn't believe the government should spend more money than it takes in. It shouldn't put our country in hopeless debt for which our children and our grandchildren are going to suffer. A MAGA Republican extremist doesn't believe the government should encourage over 8 million people to illegally invade our southern border and then reward them on the backs of law-abiding American citizens. MAGA Republican extremist thinks we should teach our children how to think in school, not indoctrinate them in what to think. I could go on, but that's not the purpose we're here. I just think that the public should be aware of what a MAGA Republican extremist actually is. They support law enforcement. They don't malign and vilify and try and defund law enforcement. They just simply want to make America great. Most of my constituents think that way, and I would hope most of yours do as well. Secretary Fudge, good to see you again.
Nice to see you, too.
Congressman from Jacksonville, Mr. Rutherford, asked if I would inquire about your thoughts on the Helper Act, House Resolution 3170.
I'm sorry, I'm having just a little trouble hearing you.
Yeah, and I'm having trouble seeing today, so we're equal. H.R. 3170, called the Helper Act, Congressman Rutherford from Jacksonville, Florida, has got that, and just asked if I would ask your thoughts about that legislation. I think it's got over 100 co-sponsors, and it basically would initiate a program in FHA similar to the VA program for first responders, K through 12 teachers who in many cases can't afford to live in the communities that they serve.
I am very supportive of, conceptually, I have not read the entire bill, so I can't say I support the bill, but I think that we should be trying to assist those people who give their service to us. I agree.
Well, thank you, and I'd appreciate if you could have a look at that, you know, and if you think it's a good idea, send Mr. Rutherford a letter, because we'd like to get this thing moving and get it heard and help those people that we're intending to help, hopefully.
I will.
Also, Secretary Fudge, Congressman Wasserman Schultz and I have introduced H.R. 4465, making condos safer and affordable to give condominium owners the access to the government-backed loans that they need to meet the challenges of safety needs following the tragic Surfside collapse. Are you familiar with that one? Okay.
Yes.
Malik, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would have to really take some real serious time to look into it, as well as talk to lenders and FHA and those other people who would be involved. But I do think that there should be some, take another look at how we deal with condominiums. I happen to live in one, so I mean, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, also, they're under a lot of pressure down there from some mandates due to the heavy losses from tropical catastrophes, and they're being victims of extremely excessive levels of reserves being required to fund improvements down the road. So we also have some legislation in favor of that, if you share your thoughts on that when you have an opportunity.
Yes.
We know that land is critical in having affordable housing. Obviously, it's the biggest initial output. Does the HUD have any thoughts on any incentives that might be helpful in bringing that cost down?
And bringing the cost down of housing?
Yeah, with the purchase of land, any credits being thought about or incentives that people might want to avail themselves to?
I'm not sure that I understand your question, but what I do know, we are working with things like with land banks and others to acquire land to give to communities at a rate at which they can encourage the building in their communities, because if we can provide the land to developers, it brings down their costs significantly.
Exactly. Thank you. I see my time has expired, and I appreciate you.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you very much again for being here. My story is very similar to my colleague, Steve Lynch. I too grew up in public housing, and I know one other member did it on this committee, Greg Meeks, as well. And we were led into the Katrina aftermath by our ranking member, a number of us went down. And it was so sad that we were restricted in trying to address some of the problems. As you know, when Katrina came in, it made no distinguish movement based on where the public housings were located. And so there was mass destruction there. And yet we were faced by the one-on-one replacement that was there when I was mayor. I've been here 18 years, and when I was mayor, we still had the only one-for-one replacement policy. And so I'm a little frustrated when people say, well, why don't you do this and why don't you do that? What is the major inhibitor from doing the things that many of the members legitimately want done?
It is the law. It is congressional direction. People think that we are the impediment most of the time, but indeed we are not. We can only do what we are allowed to do.
And funded to do.
Correct.
And so that's my big concern, is that we're not giving money, and then we say, why don't you do what we're not giving you money to do?
Right. I mean, we just, Mr. Cleaver, we talk about public housing. We need, at minimum, $70 billion to bring public housing up to code today. But our $3 billion budget doesn't do it. And so we ask about why it's in the condition it's in. It's in the condition it's in because it is old, it has not been maintained, and we have not provided the resources to bring it up to speed.
I was in Dallas earlier this week, as were you and a number of our colleagues, for the funeral of Eddie Bernice Johnson, who served here 30 years. And so some of us stayed at the Omni Hotel downtown Dallas, which is 26 minutes from the front door of where I grew up. And I sat there and realized that after all these years, there has never been a rehabilitation of those units. And nobody in here deserves to have to live in a situation like that, especially in the United States. So I'm also very pleased that we have a mayor as HUD secretary. I think that's always a good move, whether it's a Republican or a Democratic administration. The other thing is, with an annual appropriations for the Public Housing Capital Fund under $3 billion a year, and a capital backlog in public housing estimated to be $100 billion for necessary repairs and capital improvements, how does HUD address the backlog?
Well, certainly not easy. What we have been doing is trying to identify the properties that are in the worst condition through our inspections and try to give them a little extra, but you can't do it with that kind of resources, not to any large degree, because everybody needs it. So we have been using formulas that we always use, but what happens is that the bigger communities get the bulk of the money, where many of the smaller communities need those resources as well. So we are looking at our formulas, but there is not much we can do to really make a dent with less than $3 billion a year for something that requires today more than $70 billion.
Thank you. The other, I have 1,000 issues, but I think there's a view in the country that when we talk about public housing, we're talking about the huge cities, and we're not. I mean, public housing is all over this country, and 1 in 5 public housing developments are in rural areas. 20% of HUD-assisted households live in rural areas right now. And my time is running out, so I'm not going to be able to get this through. But at some point, I think I already know how you would respond. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Secretary Fudge. Good to see you today.
Good to see you.
On January 4th, the Congressional Budget Office sent a letter to the House Budget Committee regarding the implementation of discretionary spending caps for FY 2024, as established by the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. Importantly, the CBO estimates the Federal Housing Administration will collect $7 billion less in receipts in FY24 than FY23. With mortgage origination volumes expected to remain steady or even increase, this reduction in receipts is due to the combination of FHA's decision last year to reduce single-family mortgage insurance premiums by 30 basis points at the same time that payments from default-related claims are expected to increase. So my first question is, what is the past due rate of your loan portfolio right now?
What is the past, I'm sorry?
What is the past due rate of your loan portfolio right now?
It is very small. I don't know the exact number, but it is very small. That's why we did the cut. Congress set a cap for us, a bottom line, as to what we needed to maintain.
What is your loan loss rate, Secretary Fudge? Do you know what your loan loss rate is right now?
I don't know the number, but I do know it is significantly
Well,
low.
it should all be pretty low right now, because as
Very
it
low.
came through the pandemic, everybody is prohibited from foreclosing on things. People were allowed to defer payments, and as a result, some of them actually got, because of all the money that was flowing around, money to actually catch up on their payments. So in the banking system as a whole, those things are pretty low as a result of all that. So I was curious if you knew what those were, because it's important to know if you're going to reduce the amount of income, which actually is there to protect you from losses. That's the purpose of the question.
Well, we have 10 times what we are required to hold. 10 times.
That's
So we think that it is only.
what is your reserve right now then?
In
'Cause I know when
reserves?
Mr. Calabi was here, it was like
It's
25% of what it should be.
What is the amount? It's like 147 billion.
Okay, you have 147 billion?
Oh, and our loss rate is less than 4%.
Okay.
It's at 4%.
Okay, very good. Well, I guess the question is, do you feel it's adequate at this time? The loss reserve is adequate to withstand what could be a downturn in the economy here? A lot of the Federal Reserve folks saying we're going to have a soft landing here if there's a recession, but that's going to cause some problems for a lot of people. A lot of the moderate and low-income folks are the ones that are suffering in our economy right now. So do you feel your reserves are adequate?
No question about it, yes.
Okay, very good. Are you aware of FHFA's decision to allow lenders to move from a tri-merge credit report to 2 credit reports for mortgages backed by Fannie and Freddie?
I know it happened. I don't know what the background or anything was about it.
Okay, well, instead of having a requirement for 3 credit reports, the requirement now is for at least 2 reports. So the concern is, there's analysis out there that shows this actually could result in higher costs for borrowers, increased risk for lenders, and the outright exclusion of eligible borrowers from the mortgage markets because of the inadequate amount of information that borrowers would have. And so I guess my question to you is, are you concerned about this at all?
Well, I would say that our risk people have not raised any red flags. I don't know specifically what FHFA has done. I know generally what they've done. I'd have to take more time to look at it, but even though we work together, most of the things that they do not affect us negatively.
Do you work with them very closely? Do you advise them at all?
I do not. I sit on the board that meets with them to get reports from them regularly.
Yeah. You made a comment a while ago that I thought was very salient, and I thought it was very apropos here, and we've talked about it a number of times with a lot of the members here already today with regards to the costs of housing. You said that the main impediment to building new housing was regulations. And so you, as someone in the housing lending business, mortgage business, what are you doing to advocate for a way to reduce some regulations, for a way to work with the local communities, local cities, local counties, to find ways to reduce regulations, to say, and maybe put in place some of your own regulations to say we can't, you have to find a way to reduce some of your costs in your community because the cost to produce a home, to build a home in your community is above what we say it should be. Have you done any kind of analysis, any sort of advocating for home builders to be able to build homes more affordable for people?
I meet with the home builders regularly. I meet with mayors and governors regularly. We talk about how we can go about doing things like finally looking at zoning and planning, rules that have been around forever, looking at how we can build houses that create more density. but we don't have the authority to tell a community that they must.
Madam Secretary, you're an advocate for housing. You can make a big difference. You can push like you're doing and like some of your members are doing today. Thank you,
Gentleman's time
Mr.
has
Chairman.
expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Secretary, thank you so much for all of the great work that you're doing. We know that your work to get people affordable rent and to make sure that individuals are able to buy homes are extremely important. And so I can't thank you and the Biden administration so much for all of the work that you're continuing doing on a regular basis. And it's so good to see you and so good to have you back here in the United States House of Representatives. And my question is just around that, because of my bringing up in the church. We always talk about how we want individuals to buy the house and rent the car, because the house is an appreciating asset and the car is a depreciating asset, and it helps create wealth. And yet, from a study that Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies says that every state across the United States, Black, Hispanic, and Native American households have lower home ownership rates than white households. And the gap is most prevalent in Black communities, in Black households. At just 41.7%, Black households have the lowest rate of home ownership nationally. And, I long have believed that affordable home ownership is the key to building generational wealth for families and communities, as it has helped me and my family. So, I'm focused on making home buying more accessible for first-time home buyers, transitioning from renting, which I think is essential. But at one of the last Congressional Black Caucus conferences that we had, the National Realtors Association estimates that only 9% of renters nationwide can now afford to buy a median-priced home. So could you just speak on what HUD is currently doing to help ensure that renters, especially those of African descent and from underserved communities, are able to move from renting to home ownership? And what are some of your upcoming plans that we can anticipate that HUD to help drive up home ownership for communities of color?
Thank you, Congressman. I'd be happy to. The first thing we do is we do home buyer assistance so that many people who think they cannot afford a home really can. We're looking at how we address down payment assistance. We're looking at how we make it more affordable on the front end to get into a home, considering even longer mortgages possibly. But more importantly, what we're saying to people is we're going to help you create the credit that you need. We have self-help programs in many of with our vouchers and in our public housing. We have now said that if you report to us and the only credit you have is paying your rent on time for the last year, we consider you credit worthy, which has never happened before, because what happens, people report to us and we say you have no credit, so we can't give you a loan. Secondly, I would say to you that FHA right now provides support for mortgages for African Americans at 3 times the market, and for Hispanics at twice the market. Our numbers are big. Even in this economy, we are making it such that people can afford to buy homes because of the creative things we have done. And I think that as long as we continue to provide the housing technical assistance, and we have them all over the United States, we're looking at fair housing and discrimination in the housing market, as well as what we are finding that the redlining that is going on in communities, we are bringing that to the forefront, and we are in lawsuits with certain communities that have created an environment in which people cannot buy homes, especially people of color. So between fair housing, between the changes we have made to our own processes in underwriting, and we have decided that when we sell properties that come back to us for whatever reason, that we first sell them to people who want to live in them, as opposed to putting them on the market and selling them to corporations. So those are some of the things that we.
Well, thank you for that. I only have a few seconds, and I think it was mentioned previously about the FHA mortgage insurance premiums and working together to do that. My question would be, do you think there could be a scenario where FHA mortgage insurance premiums could follow a model that is similar to the private mortgage insurance, where, after a period of time, you get equity in the home, that drops the, they can eliminate that insurance product, and that drops the monthly cost. Is there something that you think that we can work, or that the HUD could do in that regards?
I would love to see it happen.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Fudge, good to see you again. I want to quickly follow up on my colleague Blaine Luckemeyer's line of questioning at the end regarding the CRAs, the consumer reporting agencies, and moving from all three of those to a buy merger to utilizing just two instead of all three. In that capacity as head of FHA, does FHA have any current plans to implement this buy merge instead of that try merge with the loan programs that it oversees?
Not to my knowledge. I would have to talk to the FHA commissioner, but it is not something that we have discussed. No.
Okay. Well, I guess that would. Formal request. Please talk to the commissioner, and if you could get back to us, and if we need to follow up in writing, we're happy to do that. I want to move to something that is very local for me in the 4th Congressional District of Michigan in Benton Harbor. I'm very concerned. It's been brought to my attention. It's a new part of the district to me with redistricting. I had not represented this area before, and I've been working very closely with Mayor Mohammed and others in that area. And it's been brought to my attention that conditions at a place called Harbor Towers in Benton Harbor has been very challenging. And I've been working, my office has been working with the Detroit field office on this particular property. And I'm wondering if that has risen to your level of attention. I see you just got a note handed to you, so maybe so. And do you have any kind of update working with the Benton Harbor Housing Commission and to improve the living conditions and security at Harbor Towers?
It has not been raised to my level, but I will find out and get you an answer within the next 24 hours as to the status, what we're doing and where we are.
Okay, so we'll, if you could have our staff get a briefing and have your staff brief me as soon as possible on that matter, and especially, I guess, what I'm specifically requesting is sort of a plan of action to improve conditions for the residents of Harbor Towers. So,
tell me again, the name of it is?
Harbor Towers in Benton Harbor, Michigan.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and then moving on to my work as chair of the Oversight Committee, I want to not dwell on this, but there's been a number of media reports about what had happened at the FDIC under the leadership of Chairman Grunberg, where we've seen incidents of just misbehavior, sometimes illegal activity. I'm not saying that is what's happened at HUD at all, but I'm asking, have you taken any steps to determine whether there's a similar toxic work environment and underreporting that exists at HUD that does exist in some other agencies?
I'm not sure your question, but I would say that.
Well, let me be very specific.
Okay.
Is there, what steps have you taken to ensure that there is not a toxic workplace environment at HUD?
Well, every year there is an outside government poll of the environments of our staffs that report what they feel about their office. We're in the highest.
Great. I will note, though, that the HUD Inspector General recently reported on significant gaps when it comes to protecting whistleblowers. In particular, while they are protected by law from retaliation, your direct employees of federal contractors, subcontractors, guarantees, subgrantees, may be working under contracts with HUD that do not include proper whistleblower protections. The IG, in fact, recommended that HUD, quote, take immediate action to identify contractors without these whistleblower protections in order to make necessary modifications. So my question to you specifically is, do you agree that HUD contractors, subcontractors, grantees, and subgrantees deserve the same protection from retaliation should they serve as whistleblowers, which I believe is going to help with any sort of waste, fraud, and abuse potential?
I do. And I further would say to you that if there is something wrong, I want to know it.
So I believe, as the IG points out, you can help that by modifying the rules, and I look forward to following up with you on that. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary. It's great to see you again. Thank you for being here. I'm going to bring our conversation back to what I think is really the critical issue of housing supply. I had the honor in the last Congress to chair the Committee on Economic Disparity and Fairness and Growth. My ranking member was Brian Stile. I'm going to give you a copy of our report here. I would tell you that, thinking about economic disparity, we really identified two things that could move the needle in a huge way. One of those was childcare. More readily available. The other one was housing supply. And in your testimony, you said, you gave what felt like a low estimate, $1.5 million for the deficit in housing in this country. We actually quoted a $3.8 million 2020 deficit, which was a Freddie Mac estimate. So clearly we have a huge problem here, and I want to limit my observations and questions to what I think is the most powerful tool for addressing supply, and that is the low-income housing tax credit. There's so much we could talk about, but I really want to focus on that, because I actually see it working in a small way in my district. In Stanford, we have a fabulous development called Metro Green, which is not just LEED certified, but it was a magnificent LIHTC property, transportation-oriented. It's a stone's throw from the train station. It actually adds, and this is an important point, it adds sort of attractiveness to the neighborhood. One of the challenges I think we have is that a lot of Americans, when they think affordable housing or public housing, they're thinking of the public housing in the 1950s and the 1960s, which of course is not the way we do low-income housing today. But to come back around to the low-income housing tax credit, let me start with this question. I'm not sure what the deficit is. Let's just say 2 million units. Do you have an estimate for how much of that will need to be subsidized? What I mean by that is obviously the private sector is going to close some of that gap with the construction that's ongoing today. Does HUD have an estimate for, whether it's 2 million or 3 million or 1.5, what percentage of new units, new housing will need to be subsidized in some form?
If it's affordable housing, all of them will need probably some support. When you think about the fact that the margins are so small when you are building low-income or affordable housing, most of it needs to be subsidized in some way or assisted in some way. That's why we are asking Treasury to reconsider the amount of low-income housing tax credits they provide and the caps that are on them today, as well as more 9% so that states can do bigger projects and more of them.
Yeah, and I would observe, and we documented in the report from the Committee on Economic Disparity, there's actually bipartisan support for augmenting the LIHTC program. I'm looking at some data here, which is HUD data that I think shows the number of LIHTC units placed in service. And as I look back over the last 5 or 6 years, that number is sort of 90,000 units placed in service a year associated with LIHTC. There's a dip in 21 to 46,000 units. That's obviously, I think, COVID related. Do you know where we are in terms of 22 and 23? Are we seeing an uptick in LIHTC units placed in service in the last couple of years?
Oh, absolutely, because much more housing is being built today.
Do you know what the numbers are for 22 and 23?
I don't, but I
Great,
can.
I don't expect you to know them off the top of your head, but if we could get those. So it feels to me like we've got to augment that program, because it is really the program that moves the needle in the biggest way. And it seems to me we need to make more flexible that program so that you can do mixed income, mixed use in one building. Let me give you the last minute of my time to suggest to us how we might in statute do those two things, more and more flexible LIHTC.
Let me first just be clear that everybody understands that LIHTC is actually a Treasury program. It is not a HUD program. But we do implement it on our end. And so what I would suggest that you do is have a conversation with the Treasury Secretary and her team as to how we can encourage, because we want it. We already believe that the program should be bigger, because that is one of the few things that is helpful to large developers or developers who want to build low-income or moderate-income pricing. That and the Housing Trust Fund, which is for, of course, the lowest income brackets in our nation. But we can together, I think, talk with Treasury about making the program not only just more flexible, but making the program bigger. Because right now, there are too many restrictions on the state level for the program. So we get calls from states all the time saying, can you do this? And I say, well, I can't do it, you gotta go to Treasury. So I think maybe it would be a great idea for us all to sit down and figure out what Treasury can do with our help.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Secretary Fudge. Madam Secretary, as you know, of course, the President sent a cabinet-wide memo last summer urging agency heads to return agencies to in-person work. The government-wide failure to return to in-office work has hampered critical services and, frankly, wasted taxpayer resources on empty office leases. The GAO has provided data to Congress revealing a shocking disregard for the President's directive, with many agencies utilizing just a fraction of the federal space allotted to their agency. HUD utilized a mere 7% in the 3-month period between January to March 2023. What, ma'am, is your plan to bring HUD back to pre-pandemic levels of in-person work?
Let me just say that I support in-person work.
Well, the President has directed it.
We are about at 44%. When they do these numbers, they take our whole building, bathrooms, hallways, everything. They use that square footage and say, oh, there's just so many people here. But people don't work in bathrooms and hallways or in conference centers. Okay. So the premise by which they come up with the number is actually flawed. We are at about 45%. We are trying to get
45% of the workforce?
Correct.
Boy, that is still very low, Madam Secretary.
I don't disagree with you, but we have contracts that we are still working through, labor contracts and other promises that were made prior to our coming. So we are working within the confines of what we can do with our agreements to get people back to work.
Well, as I said, this is a cabinet-wide memo from the President. Have you spoken to anyone at the White House about some of your constraints, including Chief of Staff Zients, about HUD's progress in returning employees to in-person service?
We talk about it almost every month.
And you're still under 50% of in-person work.
I believe we'll be at 50%.
What difficulties have you faced in getting HUD employees to return to in-person work, ma'am?
Well, the first problem is that many of them were not in person before the pandemic. That's the number one part. They were doing telework. Many of them were teleworking. Secondly, and just as importantly, as a result of the pandemic, there were agreements made with labor unions that we have to comply with. We cannot just go and say, oh, we're going to ignore this agreement. So we are negotiating with the labor unions today to be sure that we can get people back. Secondly, the third thing is that as you look at the people around the country, we have offices in 64 different places. So to make sure that those places also have to come back, because that's a lot of the workforce that we are counting. They don't all work in Washington, D.C. We have people in 64
I understand
offices.
that, and I need to move on. Secretary Fudge, as of March 31st, 2023, HUD had 985 open recommendations from the Inspector General, which, if implemented, could save more than $20 billion. 985 open recommendations, $20 billion. Secretary Fudge, more work must be done between HUD and the OIG to resolve these longstanding issues to improve HUD programs and protect taxpayer dollars. In HUD's latest budget, you in fact requested over $20 billion in new funding. You know, I've raised 3 children, I've run a household Been married for 37 years. And when we ran into an emergency, ma'am, we didn't run to the bank for a loan. We looked at our budget and we tightened our purse strings. We looked to things like what the Inspector General has said and implemented. That's $20 billion. There's your $20 billion right there. Why is HUD asking for new taxpayer money instead of finding that money within its own budget?
The first thing I'd say is that we have dealt with 1,000 OIG recommendations since I came, 1,000 that I inherited. We are doing it every single day.
And you still have 985?
Yeah, there were a lot of them when I got there. So we're working to make sure that we can do everything we can. But the second thing I would say is that I think that as we've had this discussion, the fair discussion is a budget that we had last year. You talk about rising rents, you talk about rising mortgages. How do we pay them if we don't request more resources?
Well, I tell you what, you've got
have to
resources
say-
right there in your 985 open recommendations. So I'd say look internally. I've used up all my time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, welcome back, Madam Secretary. Just a quick question. Has it ever occurred to you that your mission might be easier to explain to Congress and the American public if the name of your agency did not have the word urban in it?
Never thought about it, but it makes sense.
Yeah, think about it. I think you might could sponsor a renaming competition or something like that, because the reality is you are not just urban. I think it makes it hard to make your case because it puts a stereotype of one type of thing that you do in everyone's mind. Anyway, just a thought. You've been beaten up a lot, and that's the job when you come in front of Congress, but I just want to highlight what I consider a really successful public housing thing. And for most of the last 10 years, it was my honor to represent the city of Joliet, Illinois, which has had its challenges. There was the Fairview Public Housing Project there had become, calling it blighted was not a strong enough word. And by consent of everyone involved, we tore it down in 2019. I personally operated a backhoe along with the mayor and the community nearby. But at the same time, when I started representing Joliet, there was the Housing Authority of Joliet had just opened a development called Liberty Meadows, and it was a rent-to-own setup with a mixture of incomes. It had 30% AMI, 50, 60, and some market rate. So it was a mixture. And if you drove through it, it looked like a normal suburb. You just couldn't tell that it was any form of subsidized housing. So 10 years later, when the Wizard of Springfield redistricted me away from Joliet, I stopped by and asked, how things had turned out in the 10 years. And a very high fraction of the residents had graduated from rental to ownership. And if you drove through it, it was maintained as well as any suburban development. You literally couldn't tell it from the areas next door. And that seems like a really great model. And I just want to say that, and also I should call out the leadership of Michael Simelton of the Housing Authority of Joliet. If you don't get a chance to know him, you should. That is what I view one very successful model. But separate from the essential issue that you bring up, again, of just needing higher overall resources, the question is whether there are opportunities to shift resources from the programs where, on the basis of cost effectiveness, that if you simply, whatever resources you have, you put them into the programs where you get the most people into housing per dollar of taxpayer subsidy. And I was wondering, is there you or any other outside group systematically go through and look at every program and try to quantify how many people you get into housing per dollar of federal spending?
As it relates to moving funds around, we do have some limited ability to do it, but unlike every other agency of the federal government, HUD takes special requirements. We have to come back to Congress for anything major. I'm not sure if it's because we represent poor people, or I'm not sure what the issue is, but we are treated differently than every other agency of the federal government. So we don't have the same flexibilities. That's the first thing.
Yeah, but is there any group, is there a place that Congress can go to say that, look, this program just seems to be more cost-effective, and if we have to do it, then we should shift the money? Yeah, where do we go to get that cost-effectiveness information?
No, you have that authority, and we are going through it as well because the Senate has asked us to do the same thing. We have lots of programs. In my opinion, too many programs. Yeah. And we are trying to find ways to consolidate them or just eliminate some, because when I came, I was surprised myself at the number of programs we have. Some of them don't even function anymore. So we are working through that process.
Yeah, so many of these, I suspect, are sort of pet programs of some long-deceased member of Congress or senator that they thought this was a neat idea and they've never been terminated. But having a systematic look at the cost effectiveness, having someone do that, I mean, maybe we can have GAO do it or someone.
We are working on it, and we'd love to have GAO do it as well.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's see. You'd mentioned building materials. Is there anything specific? I'm kind of skeptical that we're going to be able to compete the free market for cheap building materials. Do you have specific things to lower the cost of building materials for affordable housing?
Well,
I guess I'm out of time here. Okay, well, I'll engage with you when we have time. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and I now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary. Good to see you. Welcome back to Congress.
Nice to see you.
The outcome of the Basel III Endgame proposal by federal banking regulators will be less conventional bank financing in the mortgage space, reducing access to mortgage credit, increasing credit costs, especially for traditionally underserved communities. As noted in a previous hearing in my subcommittee, under the proposal, every $1 million of capital an impacted bank allocates to mortgage lending would equate under the proposal to at least $7 million less lending to first-time homebuyers who can't make a 20% down payment. In July, a coalition of housing associations, including the National Urban League and the NAACP, wrote to federal banking regulators warning that this Basel III Endgame proposal will undercut efforts to close the racial homeownership gap and will disadvantage first-time homebuyers. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to submit a copy of that letter for the record.
Without objection.
And let me, Madam Secretary, read to you what the NAACP and the Urban League wrote. If these standards are adopted, the Basel III Endgame standards, they will have a devastating impact on our efforts to increase Black home ownership and disadvantage all first-time and, in particular, first-generation homebuyers who do not have the benefit of multi-generational wealth or higher-than-average incomes. Secretary Fudge, have you spoken with Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision Michael Barr about the Basel III proposal, given that it directly conflicts with your goal of affordable home ownership?
I have not, because they deal with conventional mortgages and we do not.
Well, I just think that given the mission of HUD, given the mission of achieving more affordable home ownership, and the fact that the Fed's proposal and Mr. Barr's proposal runs directly counter to that mission is something that should concern your department, and there needs to be a recognition that groups like the NAACP and the National Urban League are very concerned with what the Fed is potentially proposing here. Madam Secretary, some of my Democrat colleagues have argued that the housing first approach to dealing with homelessness should be the only or exclusive approach to addressing homelessness. But since its inception about a decade ago, data had proved that housing first has really failed. And that previous advocates are starting to change their tune. In January 2023, as you noted in your testimony, point-in-time count report released last month, HUD announced more than 650,000 people were experiencing homelessness in January of 2023, a 12% increase from 2022. And recently, the president of the left-leaning National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Diane Yentl, recently stated, and I quote, "Using the housing-first approach, homeless systems cannot keep up with increased inflow. In many communities, for every person who has successfully moved from homelessness into housing, more than one other becomes newly homeless," end quote. And even in San Francisco, the city that knows more about homelessness than any other in this country, is abandoning housing first. In September, Mayor London Breed unveiled a plan that requires that any resident receiving welfare to comply with drug testing and treatment. Do you acknowledge, Madam Secretary, that HUD's own data show that the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
I would not agree with that. What I would say is the data we have shows Housing First does work, but let me just be clear. Housing First is not the only way to do housing.
Oh, I love to hear that. I think we have a point of agreement there because I agree with you. And what I would say is, even to my friends who are the Housing First advocates out there, let's add to the tools in the toolbox. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Obviously we're not succeeding in the fight against homelessness. So let's try everything, is my view. And I want HUD to consider following San Francisco's lead in abandoning an exclusive Housing First approach. Let me finally, in my remaining time, Madam Secretary, read to you an anecdote from a not-for-profit organization in my district, part of the Citygate network, that talks about how an alternative to Housing First actually works. This is from the Lexington Rescue Mission. Steve came to the mission at a low point in his life. Addiction and drugs to alcohol had led to separation from his wife and an arrest. And he said, that changed my life forever. I might not be alive today if that hadn't happened. I realized God was looking out for me even when I didn't think he was. After incarceration, Steve went into treatment for his addiction, and it was at the recovery program that he learned at the Lexington Rescue Mission and applied for a place at the Potter's House, the transitional home. I didn't have a job. I didn't have a place to go. I was homeless. I didn't have footing, but it was the best decision I made in my life. At the mission, Steve found support, accountability, and a community needed for a foundation. Steve received more than just a bed at the mission. He found help with accessing treatment for addiction, getting a job, setting a budget, saving money, life skills, building support system. Because of this, he turned his life around and reestablished a relationship with his kids. This program is not allowed under Housing First. And we need to recognize that these groups deserve HUD assistance as well. And with that, I yield back and thank you for your open-mindedness on that point.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, let me just say thank you for being here, Secretary Fudge. Thank you for the work that you have done. Before I get into my questions, Mr. Chairman, I want to just make some very brief comments because I have been privileged to the work that this secretary has done as a longtime colleague and friend. So I'd like to take this time to say I bring you not only greetings from the 3rd Congressional District, but I bring you greetings from the NAACP. Wanted to let you know and say to all here that the NAACP commended HUD on their notice of proposed rules making on affirmatively furthering fair housing and talked about the work and the difference that it had been in serving with you in your work. I also bring you greetings from our Urban League, our national director and friend, and Stephanie Hightower, one of the oldest, for your work in coming and personally meeting with them and dealing with the many issues of housing that had not been afforded to them under Trump's housing director, Mr. Carson. Let me also say that in listening to my colleagues on the other side, using words our chairman said, it was concerning. My now sitting in the chair and colleague from Ohio said, here to help. Well, I'm going to take them up on that because I'm going to use the words concerning. We all know how essential it is for Congress to pass appropriation bills to fund HUD's programs that keeps American families. People touted how proud they were of MAGA Republicans. Well, I have a different definition for a different time, but since they said they want to help all Americans, since they're concerned, let me tell you what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that House Republican Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development bills, THUD, would slash the home program from $1.7 billion to $500. That is the lowest allocation since the program was established in 1992. So when people come here and ask you, well, one of the ways I'm going to answer that question is we can stop cutting monies to HUD that provides for programs in housing that helps the American families. We could also go on and talk about the things that the Democrats have done, and under the Biden-Harris administration, we encourage local reforms. Congressional Democrats appropriated $85 million in FY23 for a new competitive HUD grant program known as the Pro Housing Program. Congresswoman Maxine Waters fought to put more money into housing to support your initiatives than any other housing chair has ever done in the history. So I want all those watching to know, is it difficult what you have to do? Yes. And I admire your honesty in saying the work is not complete. And we know that because we know what you inherited. While everybody's talking about 3 years, well, that's a little misnomer in that, because 2 years we were in COVID. We also were under a Republican leadership. We also know that when we look at the last year, the progress and what you have made is amazing. But you have difficult work. And I would think that my Republican colleagues would understand that better than most. Because when you think about how difficult it was for us to clean up a mess, how difficult for you, rather, in housing, well, they should understand that. You know, you can't do it overnight. They're criticizing you and trying to use a time reference when 2 years of that, we were in COVID. We're lucky that anybody was able to even keep their houses. We also know that it took us 22 days to get a speaker in this house. All that we went through, cleaning up a mess there, they couldn't do it. They couldn't agree. So why would you expect one person to come in over a HUD program when we can't even run the country? We can't even elect a speaker, and it took us 22 days to do that. So I want to thank you. I have frustrations here. I grew up working in housing. It was my first job. And I'm going to give you my last 30 seconds to say anything you'd like to say, because we are so proud of you.
Accurate with my answers to the best of my ability. But all I would hope is that you would use all of the information that is available to you so that you can see what we are up against, as opposed to nitpicking a particular issue. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank the gentlewoman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. And across the country, Americans are facing an affordable housing shortage. The Biden administration's out-of-control government spending has led to record-high inflation and increased interest rates, which has driven up the cost of rental housing, increased the cost of HUD subsidies, and made the dream of homeownership extremely difficult and unlikely for many families. Furthermore, the administration's regulatory agenda is creating excessive amounts of red tape, oftentimes preventing assistance to those who need it most, or restricting the production of new affordable housing entirely. This is problematic for Americans seeking federal housing assistance, and as the cost associated with over-regulation tends to hit low-income families the hardest. Making matters worse, assisted housing programs lack robust oversight, and Congress has limited visibility to measure whether they truly assist the low-income families they are intended to support. So, Madam Secretary, how are you ensuring that this lack of visibility over the use of grant funds is not increasing the risk of fraud, waste, and mismanagement of taxpayer dollars? And what actions can Congress take to improve oversight and transparency of these funds?
We talk about transparency. I can't think of anything we hide. We are open. If you ask us a question, we will give you the answer. I believe in transparency. I've been an elected official for a very long time until I took this job. I believe in it. So if there's something that you're not getting, please ask me. I will make sure that you do get it. Secondly, we are doing the things that we have always done. It is just because we came out of such a very difficult situation that it seems as though it is slower. But we are doing our work every day. We are putting more housing on the market every day. We are working with more local governments to make sure that their communities grow every day. People forget we do urban development. That's economic development. It's not just housing.
All right. In 2021, HUD released their Climate Action Plan, which has been described as an ambitious plan to tackle the climate crisis. When your agency focuses their priorities on social issues like climate, I believe it distracts from HUD's intended core mission. As of today, HUD has received more than $121 million in grants of loans to finance green housing programs. However, while HUD continues to force extreme green policies on the American people, HUD has failed to deliver on its mission of providing affordable and safe housing. Our nation is facing a crisis in homelessness, deterioration in the housing stock, an affordable housing shortage, and yet your agency is focused on pushing a political agenda for the Biden administration, further exasperating these problems. So my question, Secretary Fudge, with a crisis in housing supply and affordability, does this seem like the best time limit housing financing to only sustainable housing properties?
First off, we do not limit housing financing to only sustainable properties. Secondly, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed by Congress, put resources in it for the very programs that you were talking about. And thirdly, I think it's important for us to look at the totality of what we do and what our abilities and restrictions are. So I would say that we're not doing anything out of the ordinary. The only thing I would ask you is to say that as we talk about climate and we look at all of the storms, the fires, all the things that are happening across this country, let us go in and do our job. We are restricted from going into communities right away to help without permanent authorization. So I'm just asking, let us do our work, and we will do it, I promise you.
Okay, lastly, in the time I have remaining, as a small business owner myself for 52 years, I understand the importance of showing up in person to work every day. Customer service depends on in-person interactions, and working from home is not a reality for many small business owners who must decide between staying home or staying in business. In September, the Biden administration announced a new policy requiring employees to only show up to the office 4 days during a pay period. This means that taxpayer dollars are going to waste as federal office buildings sit empty for more than half the month, and HUD workers for the American people. And how can we ensure our agency, your agency, is showing up to meet our nation's housing needs when studies have found that your office is only being utilized 7% over the 3-month period last year? Small business in Main Street America goes to work 7 days a week. They open up and they close up. So if you could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
I'd be happy to. I go to work every single day.
Good.
And all of my staff does as well. Now, I will admit to you that I would like to see more people in our offices. I believe that in-person work is important, especially because of the people we serve. So what we are doing is we've brought back about 45% of our workforce. We are working on the others, which we are, and I mentioned this earlier, we have labor contracts, we have other contracts that we are working through, but I am working toward the same goal you are.
Okay, good. I yield my time back.
Thank
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. Soon enough, you don't know. Maybe this afternoon. And again, the ranking member, thank you very much for putting on this. I do want to welcome you back. I'm delighted to see you personally. When you were here, I was delighted to be a friend of yours and had the highest regard for you professionally. And now that you're in the position that you're in, I continue to have the highest regard for you. And again, I thank you. But I do want to bring you current. I made a joke here, but I do want to bring you current. The speaker today is Speaker Mike Johnson, a very good person, a very dignified person, a very honorable person. I don't agree with him on many things, but he's a very honorable person. It's not Speaker Scalise, it's not Speaker McCarthy or Speaker Emmers or Speaker Jordan. Again, we don't know how long this speaker will last. Maybe this afternoon he won't be Speaker anymore, who knows. The reason I bring all this up is because one of the things that I don't like is unfairness. And I think it was very unfair at the beginning to say that you weren't here when, if you had come, you'd been in an empty room. I mean, we wouldn't have been here because we weren't meeting. It would have been nice maybe to have the place to yourself. It's a nice room, but it would have been pretty meaningless. And I think that's very unfair, the way you were treated at the beginning. And that annoys me. It annoys me today.
Thank you.
But I wanted to say that because, again, it is one of the things that peeves me when we put charges on people that they have no ability to respond to. For example, do you run the VA?
I do not.
Do you run Treasury?
I do not.
The definitions that they have, can you change them?
I cannot.
Who can?
You.
We can.
Congress of the United States.
We can't. Congress, and yet everybody's here beating up on you saying, why don't you do it? Because it's our job. We should do it. We can't even pass a damn bill, though. I mean, they couldn't, the Republicans, my friends on the other side, couldn't even get a rule through. I know you're not familiar with that because when you were here, rules always passed. That's why I want to bring you current. And it's their own team that does this. They're the ones that block their own rules. I don't understand it, but then when you're here, I think you're doing a very honorable job. We beat up on you for not doing our job. It makes no sense to me. Now, one of the things that you did say, though, that really not only piqued my interest, but I do want to talk about is the issue of supply and demand. It's very problematic. I live in San Diego, California, the finest city, I think, in America, in the world probably. But we have a problem. And the problem is, of course, the supply of housing. You're right. Luxury homes are being built in the county still, but we can't get affordable housing. And it's not profitable. I know a lot of the developers. I was on the city council for many years, and they tell you the same thing. And you can't, also in San Diego, we can't seem to get people to change their view of what housing means. Housing means, in San Diego, single-family detached house. That is improbable for most because of the cost of housing and land. How can we get people to change their views? Now, you talked a little bit about local problems, state problems. California, they're trying to address some, but what more can we do from a federal level?
I think what we have to do is talk with our local leaders. One of the things we find is that many of them don't even know what the federal government has to offer. And so there are things that we can do to be helpful to them that they have no idea about. So it's important for us to have conversations with our mayors and our governors about the things we can do for them, but also to encourage them to look at what they do. Because most of the things that prevent new housing is not federal, it's local.
Yeah.
But people want us to take care of it, but it's up to mayors and city councils and governors and counties. We have to be more forceful in our conversation, so I'm so glad that the congressman said that we need to continue to tell them what the restrictions are and what we think should happen to make them more profitable to build houses in their communities.
Well, let's keep working on that. And lastly, I would give a word to the wise. You already said it, so I think you're wise, and that is you can only do what you're confined to do or what you're allowed to do. A lot of my colleagues on the other side seem to be pushing you to do things you can't do. Don't do that because they won't be there for you if you do that. Remember that. I've seen it long enough, been here long enough to see that. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Fudge, for coming back to the House to testify. As you know, HUD FHA holds one of the seats on the appraisal subcommittee of the Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council. The subcommittee oversees the real estate appraisal framework at the federal level, while state regulators handle the licensing process for non-federal appraisers. While I believe that state regulators should continue to serve as the primary regulators of the industry, I also see a clear need to streamline the licensing process as more appraisers operate across state lines. That is why I introduced H.R. 2771, the Portal for Appraisal Licensing Act, which is attached to this hearing. So before I get into my questions, I'd like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their support of this common sense bipartisan legislation and look forward to seeing it advance in this committee. Secretary Fudge, on December 1st, 2023, HUD published a notice of proposed rulemaking signaling the department's intent to require at least 30 days' notice before housing providers can file a non-payment eviction for public housing. Much like the CARES Act's temporary notice to vacate requirement for federally assisted and federally backed housing, which should have sunset after the CARES eviction moratorium ended in July of 2020, this requirement will continue federal interference with the established state eviction laws and court processes. So my question is, do you believe that we should return eviction policy to the states, like I have proposed in my bill, the Respect State Housing Laws Act?
I can answer that question, but I can't really address what we are doing in rulemaking because it's in rulemaking and I'm not allowed to comment on it. I think that there are many things that the state should do, but I also think that there are some things that need some continuity across states. And this may, in fact, be one of them.
Well, I believe that historically this has been a state's issue when it's dealing with local jurisdictions. But even if we fundamentally disagree on whether there ought to be a federal 30-day notice to vacate requirement, wouldn't you agree that such a major policy decision deserves standalone consideration and shouldn't just be left to a drafting error?
I can agree with that.
Okay, thank you. One of the reasons cited for the 2023 proposed rule is that tenants are currently subject to a, as it's been said, patchwork of notice to vacate requirements. However, tenants, they rent a physical space in a well-defined jurisdiction. There's no ambiguity over whether a rental property is subject to the laws of the jurisdiction that it's in, at least until the federal government decides to intervene, like this proposed rule would do. Question, do you believe that this proposed rule sets up a special class of housing that would be exempt from the established rules of the jurisdiction it's in?
Again, Congressman, I cannot address the rule while it is still in rulemaking.
Okay, fair enough. But basically, to do what we perceive that it appears that the rule is going to do, doesn't this cause confusion among providers and tenants, creating the very patchwork that it claims that it's trying to avoid in each jurisdiction, where if you just left it to the jurisdiction, people know the county that they live in or the city that they live in, and that law would prevail. Otherwise, this rule would actually create the patchwork you're trying to avoid.
Well, one thing about the rulemaking, they will be able to comment, and once we get those comments, we'll look at them, and if we'll take into consideration what their concerns are.
Well, in the comments, I hope that you'll actually listen to the providers and others, because I'm concerned, and I hope that you're concerned that a local federal patchwork would create greater compliance barrier for providers and discourage their participation.
I will certainly listen to what they're saying.
All right. Thank you, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Thank you for being here, Secretary Fudge. Welcome home. Pleasure to have you. Secretary Fudge, as a former member of the House, you understand the importance of communicating with our constituents and responding to their inquiries in a timely manner. And you also understand when they contact us, it's usually because they've exhausted all other avenues. So I have to ask you today, do you believe it's important for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to be quick and timely in their responses and resolutions of issues brought up by members of Congress?
I do.
Thank you, because it has taken my staff and constituents months of constant follow-up to get any answers from your staff. And my outreach has been for issues like allocation and status of community project funding, which supports the Boys and Girls Club and diabetes education programs in low and lower middle income areas within my district that have the highest rates of diabetes in the nation. And these programs are ready to begin building, to hire contractors, to sign checks, but their efforts remain at a standstill due to the slow response times. Secretary Fudge, as I'm sure you're aware, your agency has pending litigation against the state of Texas, alleging their formulas to distribute community development block grant mitigation funding for damage caused by Hurricane Harvey is discriminatory. However, HUD approved the state of the Texas Action Plan, giving them the go-ahead to distribute funding based on an approved plan. And now, due to the halt in funding, several of my communities are left with no answers. They have planned and executed contracts based on approval funding by HUD and the state of Texas. They face potential legal action now for not paying contractors, and many of them do not have the additional funding to make it up. I spoke with one community leader who said the mitigation funding was more than their annual budget and was sorely needed because roads are still not usable after Hurricane Harvey. As I explained, my community is a low-income community. There are people who are trying to help. There are people you're trying to help, but unfortunately, this impasse with the state of Texas is only hurting them. My district is on the coast, on the Gulf of Mexico. Without a doubt, we will receive more hurricanes and severe weather. If we can't rebuild and mitigate severe weather events through better infrastructure, then many homes, businesses, and lives will be destroyed. Secretary, how is HUD working to make sure communities like mine in Texas are able to receive the funds they were promised and budgeted around?
The first thing is we are not in litigation with the state of Texas, and there is nothing that prevents them from distributing the resources. That's the first thing. Secondly, as it relates to the projects that you were talking about, part of the problem we are finding is that many of these grants went to agencies that are not accustomed to dealing with the federal government, and so they don't give us the right documentation, et cetera. But if you will tell me, or you will tell my team, or have somebody on your staff tell my team what projects you are looking at, I will get you an update right away and tell you if it's being held up for on our end or their end. I will make sure that we get right back to you.
I would really appreciate that, Secretary, because
I will do that.
I look forward to continuing our work together, and I trust you understand my frustration.
I do.
It's unfortunate that I have to use this hearing to shed light on these issues, but it's the last avenue available that I had, and I appreciate all the hard work you've done for us and that you continue to do for our country. My team and I will continue to follow up regarding these issues, and I trust you'll work with us to provide faster responses so we can help our constituents. Thank you so much for being here.
And I will. I mean, obviously, it's a very large agency. If something is dropped through the cracks, I want to be sure that we catch it. And I want to be as responsive as we can be.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Secretary Fudge, I wrote you a letter expressing my concern that most HUD programs are actually unauthorized. That is, they are funded by appropriations each year, but they don't have a current authorization. And by my count, at least 30 major programs, most of HUD's annual budget, aren't actually authorized. So as we can see from some of the acrimony we've seen in the hearing today so far, Congress isn't fixing the problem with current approaches. Some of them have been expired for 30 years. So to change the results and perhaps the culture here, I noticed for this hearing a discussion draft of my bill, the HUD Evaluation and Optimization Commission Act. My legislation creates a bipartisan commission, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats who work together to review all the programs administered by HUD and to focus on how the department could best streamline the administration of those. Things like benefit cliffs, things like more clear income and asset tests, and more. Things that you seem to be frustrated with yourself as your staff has to manage these things. So it would provide a fast-track process to ensure that these reforms get a vote. Secretary Fudge, as a former Congresswoman, you know that we're supposed to actually authorize these programs, and the task is challenging for you. The task has clearly not been met by this body. Could you commit to meet with our subcommittee in a bipartisan way to discuss this proposal?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. And I also want to talk about a letter that I sent to you regarding the unacceptable and frankly inhumane conditions some of the HUD-funded housing is confronting. Many of these public housing authorities have issues, but I focused specifically on the D.C. Housing Authority. And as I mentioned in the letter from last year's Washington Post investigation in the D.C. Housing Authority, they talked about problems with drug use, drug dealing, gang violence inside properties. These are conditions that confront lots of parts of our country, unfortunately. But they also talked about other challenges in managing the Housing Authority. So I want to thank you for your timely response to my letter, but I found some concerns. Your letter states, quote, D.C. Housing Authority has made significant progress in addressing discrepancies in HUD's own scathing assessment of their performance. So some of the findings include the lowest occupancy rate of any public housing authority in the country, a failure to maintain units in a decent, safe, and sanitary condition, and 3, a lack of enforcement against criminal activity in the D.C. Housing Authority, just to name a few of them. So the assessment contains staggeringly high number of offenses, like 80-plus deficiencies. And so, I just, you acknowledge the problem, and I think it's fair to say, hey, they're making progress, but I just want to follow up a little bit on that. So I note that your Deputy Secretary, Adrian Todman, served as Executive Director of the D.C. Housing Authority from 2009 to 2017. Have you asked her about her role in any of those failures, or did they all happen after she left?
I would not ask her because it is not appropriate for me to ask her. But I would say to you that we have been working with the city. They have a new executive director. They have a new board. that we don't have any authorization to have authority over, quite frankly. They appoint the board, they appoint the executive director, and we believe that they are moving in the right direction. But we are keeping her out because we believe it is a conflict to include her in these conversations.
All right, thank you for that clarification, but who at HUD do you hold accountable for oversight of these public housing authorities?
Our multifamily office, which is the oversight arm, and FHA. They are working with these properties, but we, again, have had numbers of conversations with the city, and they understand that there is much work to be done, and we do believe that they are taking those steps.
Well, we hope to call attention to some of the challenges, not just here in D.C., but around the country. It's a common condition, and frankly, we operate these programs. The country broadly supports a safety net, but I think it's fair to say that they should be decent, safe, and sanitary. Do you think that's reasonable?
It's more than reasonable, but I would say this as well. We do not control law enforcement. We have nothing to do with crime. But we do believe that people should live decent. There is no reason in this nation that people would live in squalor or live in places that are not safe or that can harm their health. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, and I hope that the commission that we can put together can address ways we could do that more effectively as well. I hope it can be truly collaborative, and I appreciate you being here today. Thank you, and I yield back. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Fudge, nice to see you again. Thanks for coming back. I don't know, there's something ironic about having folks across the aisle criticize you for how well you're doing your job when we're 8 days away from a shutdown because we still haven't even brought bills to the floor to fund government 4 months after the fiscal year ended. And I guess I just say that because we may need some of your housing help because there's a whole lot of people throwing stones inside glass houses on the other side of this aisle, and we're gonna have some disrepair in those glass houses. But let me move to more substantive points. In 2021, HUD released your climate action plan, and that plan cited research from Johns Hopkins that said that banks are shifting riskier mortgages, including those in coastal areas, off their books and over to the federal government, warned of a potential threat to the stability of financial institutions due to climate change leading to more extreme disasters. I think the department said that that your loan guarantee programs could be particularly at risk from climate change because of physical damage, disruptions in borrowers' ability to pay, declining property values. Do you have any sense of what specific states or regions are most exposed to those risks?
Well, certainly those who are near large bodies of water. We have fires all over the West that are created by climate change. I think that any coastal community is at high risk. I can't give you the exact numbers, but that's what we are finding and seeing. I mean, there are some instances where we saw a tornado in Kansas. We had storms in New Jersey. I mean, it is the nature of where we are in the world with climate. Everybody's having climate challenges, and we are no different.
So a geographic concentration. I want to talk a little bit about risk pricing because it strikes me, and I'm sure you felt the same in your current role and back when you were a lowly member of Congress like us schmoes up here. There's this tension between do we accurately price risk, particularly when we need a social safety net and need to make sure that folks are covered. And some of the reporting that's come out of your agency has come out of the CFTC is seeing this risk being shifted onto bodies that are maybe legally not allowed to price risk. There was this story this week that Florida, of all places, is considering socializing their property insurance because they're not willing to let insurers factor in forward risk pricing because that would be politically risky, but now insurers are leaving the state. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, in addition to the geographic risks, are there certain states or places where, or even pockets of the economy where you think the risk is going to be mispriced in such a way that there's going to be some exposure and financial disruption in the economy?
Well, and I'm not sure I'm answering it, but let me suggest that most times when we have major climate crises, they affect the poorest people in our country. when we are talking about how we insure people against these kinds of storms and whatever they may be, what we're talking about is the richest people in the country. The poorest people are the ones who tend to be underinsured or uninsured, whose homes are not built to the standards they should be, who live in areas that are closest to damage. I'm not sure, am I answering your question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's what I'm trying to understand, and this is maybe way too philosophical a question for 5 minutes, much less the 60 seconds I have left, is where does the risk end up in this system? Because we have, we oversee financial regulators who monitor the stability of our banks. But if the bank can move it onto the insurance company, well, we saw it in 2008 with AIG. All of a sudden, that's outside the regulator's purview until it becomes a larger problem. And if the risk is moving on to taxpayers or moving on to, the economically least among us, where does that risk pool that we as regulators should be saying, we can see the risk pooling in that area, let's take proactive measures now while it's relatively easy, rather than waiting until we're in a 2008 financial crisis again?
Well, one thing, we have to do something with the insurance companies, because there are states they will not insure it. But in the states that they do, you see rising premiums, rising deductibles, to the point where people can't afford to do it, especially in places where they have not had these kinds of occurrences in the past. But now we're having 100-year storms every year. Yeah. We're doing things that are creating an environment in which the average person cannot afford to insure their homes. And I'm not sure if I'm still answering your question. Maybe it is a little philosophical.
Let's continue the conversation. It's this broader issue of climate financial risk. I think our committee can and should do a better job of addressing, and welcome your thoughts on how to do it. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank Chairman McHenry for holding this hearing, and thank you, Secretary Fudge, for being with us. And I hope that this is a sign that we can work together, because certainly, as we've heard today, we've got lots of work to do on the housing front in this country. Housing affordability has been a serious issue across the country, and one that has not left my constituents back in the 6th District of Tennessee unaffected. I believe that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are aware of the magnitude of this problem and desire to solve it with a cooperative attitude. One solution that I have signed on to and believe in is Representative LaHood's Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. This bipartisan solution would expand the Affordable Housing Tax Credit Program to support the financing of nearly 2 million homes. I truly believe in this piece of legislation and hope that the rest of my colleagues can join me in supporting it as well. Secretary Fudge, you twice co-sponsored the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act as a member of Congress. Do you still agree with me that this bill needs to be passed?
Yes.
Well, thank you. I hope we can work together to move that along. Another pathway to producing affordable homes is manufactured housing, and I was encouraged to hear you bring that up earlier in your testimony. In 2022, the price for an average manufactured home was $127,250, while the average price of a site-built home was around $413,000. I am proud to say that in my district, 10.2% of all the occupied housing units are manufactured housing. Although I hope to see that figure grow, I am concerned by the lack of progress in the rulemaking by the department regarding this industry. As you know, Secretary, in July 2022, HUD announced a proposed rulemaking that would be the largest set of changes to the housing code in over 2 decades. The proposed rule would have brought HUD code in line with the more recent manufactured housing industry standards. Although the industry has continued to innovate, the lack of progress on the rulemaking side has placed a large regulatory burden on manufactured homes. Seeing that it's been 18 months since the proposed rulemaking notice, why hasn't the rule been finalized?
Let me first say I am a big advocate of manufactured housing. We are working with our FHA and with FHFA to make that financing easier. But we're not the only agency that has authority over it. And so there are some concerns from energy and other places that are holding us up. And until we can come to some agreement, that is in fact the holdup. It's not necessarily just us.
Okay, and you've foretold what I'm going to go to next. I understand that under your leadership, HUD has prioritized implementing energy efficiency and environmental policies. However, I fear that that goal may have consumed more of your time than perhaps is desirable. The Manufactured Housing Consensus Committee rejected the energy efficient standards from the Department of Energy, as you're aware, because of the impact they fear they would have on home affordability. As you focus on these standards, how are you balancing HUD's obligations to preserve home affordability, at the same time also increasing American home ownership?
That's a part of our mission, so I certainly support your position on this, but you know federal government as well as I do. There are certain things that we all have to come to some agreement on, but what I will say to you is that I will go back and try to push further to see if we can bring some consensus sooner.
The Manufactured Housing Consensus Committee also found that the Department of Energy understated the cost of the energy standards rule on consumers purchasing manufactured homes. Is HUD performing its own cost-benefit analysis to ensure affordability is considered along with important energy efficiency improvements?
Let me get back to you on that, because I don't know the answer, so I
Okay.
don't want to tell you something wrong.
Well, I appreciate that. In the few remaining moments I have felt your pain and know the concern that we all have on both sides of the aisle about getting federal workers back to work. And I know that's been a concern of yours, and I appreciate that. I hope that you'll communicate if there are impediments that we need to remove as members of Congress that would help to encourage that. I hope you'll let us know. And my time has expired, and I yield back. Thank you, Secretary.
I thank the gentleman, and the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. I'm so grateful that you're here. Grateful for what you do, and you and your team each and every day, but I'm grateful you're here today to set the record straight, to ensure that there is no erasure of the contributions of HUD during these consequential times, and no mischaracterization or undermining of your commitments. I thank you and your team in particular for your accessibility, your responsiveness, your partnership, especially on the impact of the HOTMA regulations on our constituents. And again, I'm just grateful that you're at the helm.
Thank you.
I represent the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District. This is a district that is incredibly unequal. We're in a 3-mile radius from Cambridge to Roxbury, the blackest part of my district. Life expectancy drops by 30 years, median household income by $50,000. There was a Color of Wealth report done by the Federal Reserve of Boston that counted black wealth at $8 compared to the wealth of white households at $247,500. I believe that has everything, that gap, to do with housing. Everything starts at home. It is a critical determinant of health, social and economic mobility, and certainly, given the disparities and the crisis, has in many ways contributed to our racial wealth gap. And so I just want to pick up there, because we've enumerated the many ways that this housing crisis is showing up and growing, and it certainly has a disparate impact on black families. Black home ownership rates are at 41.7%. That's 30 points lower than white households. And so I wonder, Secretary Fudge, in 2024, even when black people do own their homes, we are subjected to discriminatory home appraisals where our homes are valued less than they would be if owned by a white family. Can you update us on the work you have been leading at HUD to protect homeowners from discriminatory home appraisals, and anything you can share on diversifying the profession, which is 90% white and 2/3 male?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. We have a project that helps talk about valuation equity. We know that there is a great deal of redlining still going on in this country. We know that models are based upon the redlining. And so when our appraisals go out, they already go out with a bias because the program is designed with a bias. So what we have been doing is negotiating with and meeting with the appraisal subcommittee and those to talk about how we bring more fairness into the process. And I would say on their behalf, they have been listening. They are trying to work with us because you cannot say to me that there is no bias in a field that is 90 to 95% all white males. When they go into our communities, they have no idea what our communities are worth. And so what we do is we devalue properties in communities that are black and brown. And you can just look at it, I mean, it's a fact. But we increase value in communities that are non-people of color. So we are making progress. We are also, in our Fair Housing Office, we are starting to bring legal action against those that we have found to be discriminatory. And we are in the process of suing quite a few people.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I want to get one more issue on the record here, and that is addressing the prison to homelessness pipeline. In my district, we've had folks, returning citizens, 30% of that population released to shelter because of the discrimination. In a survey of over 700 formerly incarcerated people, 8 out of 10 respondents said they were ineligible for or denied housing because of their criminal record. Now, this is fueled in part by tenant screening reports, which often include inaccurate information that lead to housing denials. Secretary Fudge, what steps has HUD taken to remove barriers to housing for people with criminal records? And I should add that I do have a bill to address this called the Housing First Act, but I would love to hear what HUD is doing.
We have a rule that is saying to everyone that it is housing discrimination to only use a person's criminal background as a decision point as to whether they should stay in public housing. There is no rule that prevents them. So we're working to make sure that we change it. I'm very, very happy and proud of the work that we are doing in that regard.
Thank you. It's really critical also to breaking the cycles of recidivism. So it's a matter of fairness, but also that prison to homelessness pipeline does contribute to recidivism. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Secretary Fudge, for being here. First of all, as an overall, the only way you're going to get housing down or affordable housing is gas and energy produced here in this country. There are no battery-operated dump trucks. There are no battery-operated crane operations. So that's the only way. It affects everything. And I might add, so goes housing, so goes the economy. Everybody's talking about increasing. We need more money here. I think you mentioned you need $70 billion. There's a $70 billion budget. You need a lot more. Unless the businesses are doing...
For public housing, that was public housing.
I get that.
Okay.
But unless the businesses are producing the taxes, it won't be there. And secondly, unless the flow of immigration into this country, the 8 to 15 million people that are going to be on the payrolls, what you will see is a further deterioration of our tax system and the revenues that HUD and others get. As far as let me just ask one thing. When I think you were talking with Bill Posey, you said we can provide the land. Who is we?
I said that we were working with land banks in communities across the country. They have access to land that can be used for development. That's the purpose of a land bank. And so they gather large parcels of land, and more times than not, they either give them to local communities and or sell them at a reduced rate, and it helps to do development.
One thing I heard insurance mentioned, flood insurance is very important. And I know there's been some changes. HUD updated the regulations in 2022. A lot of the prudential regulators, the language fit. A lot of it did not. So if I could get you a list to consider, if the secondary market is going to be hindered, you're talking about affordability problems. If I could get you and have you take a look at that.
Absolutely will.
Secondly, why is the DOE getting so involved, and why are you having to get there, I guess, okay, when HUD is who controls, particularly in the manufactured housing? Why are you having to get their okay with when they put out things like this. And Ms. Granholm, Jennifer, Secretary of Energy said the new energy efficiency rules will help save 17 million Americans. It's not housing. In 75 is when the housing regulations came in. They can't go back and retrofit the 17 million she's talking about. This is just wrong. So what I would ask is why, if HUD regulates housing, the manufactured housing code, why are you having to abide by this?
Well, we don't necessarily have to abide by what they sent us, but we do have to get the approval. That's based upon the law. It's just we don't have the authority to not listen to them, so we are put in a position where we need to negotiate with them.
I would speed the negotiations up. I will tell you, some of the, and we've done manufactured housing. We've done stick-built housing. There is a difference. In the manufactured housing, you're talking about helping those who can't afford it. Manufactured housing is the way to go. But the rules they're talking about, they don't understand it. They're talking about energy insulation requirements that won't even fit the type framing that they have. It just doesn't work. So I will address that and get that to you in a letter, because if the negotiations are going to go by what they're saying, that the the new housing has to install, you'll put the manufactured houses out of business. That's not my words, that's theirs. So I would just ask you to take a look at that. There is a reality, and this just isn't, what they're proposing just is not. HUD does understand manufacturing housing. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry?
HUD does understand manufactured housing.
Yes.
And you're the one that makes the final decision, not DOE.
But there are manufactured housing construction and safety standards that have to be met, so I'm looking forward to getting your letter.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the chairman and ranking member for holding this important hearing, and thank you to Secretary Fudge for appearing to discuss your important work and that of your team as we examine the work that the Department of Housing and Urban Development continues to do to support the issues of our constituents. While HUD's mandate is wide-ranging and diverse, the work you do to increase access to affordable housing, promote home ownership, and protect renters is critically important, especially to my constituents in Nevada. While my constituents are still struggling to find a way to build wealth through home ownership, they are being robbed of their opportunities, particularly by large out-of-state corporate speculators. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a Las Vegas Review-Journal article from January 4th of this year titled, "Swapping Homes Like Stocks, Wall Street-Backed Firm Buys 264 Valley Homes in a Day."
Without objection.
264 homes in a day, a single day. And this is just a continuation of an alarming trend that we have seen as far back as 2009, a trend that only accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic. These massive hedge funds, corporate landlords, and cash-rich investors are able to not only outcompete Nevada families during this period of high interest rates, which have allowed them to purchase almost a third of the homes sold in certain Las Vegas zip codes. That's why I introduced the Housing Oversight and Mitigating Exploitation Act, the HOME Act, to empower your agency to gather the data necessary to understand the severity of our housing shortage and to protect everyday Nevadans from being exploited by large institutions on Wall Street. I'm pleased that the Senate companion to the HOME Act was introduced by my senator, Senator Jackie Rosen, and Senator Vance, a Republican from Ohio. I hope that all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join me in combating this artificial decrease of our housing supply. Real estate agents in my districts recognize just how damaging these purchases can be, as they have seen that the homes purchased by these large out-of-state corporate landlords are essentially never even put back on the market. So you want to talk about housing affordability and addressing housing affordability? Address the fact that 1 in 3 homes in parts of my district are no longer even in the market. And the companies that bought them have a record of exploiting and manipulating the market, pricing out veterans from using their VA benefit to purchase the home, first-time home buyers from using the tax credits that we're talking about here today. And even if they put it on the market to rent, they charge higher rents, evict at higher rates, and don't maintain the maintenance, which lowers the value for everyone else. So Secretary Fudge, can you please speak to the benefits to HUD and Americans more broadly from increased visibility into investor purchases of single-family homes and the effects on housing prices if some of these homes would actually be re-enter the market?
I'm glad you raised it because it's a major issue all across the country. The same situation is happening in Florida, in California. It is everywhere, in New York. One of the things that we are hopeful that we can get local governments to do is start to look at it because there are things they can do. They can say, no one company can buy this many homes. It's just local ordinances can do it. But what it is doing is it is creating a market that will never have affordable homes in it, because when they buy them and hold them, they take more stock off the market and the prices continue to go up because there's less supply. But the other thing they do, and you are right, they gouge people. They come into communities like mine, buy up half the houses on my street, raise the prices so that I can't even live there anymore. We have to find a way to say to corporate America, or at least to our communities, that there needs to be finally a come to Jesus meeting about this. Because until we do, they're going to continue to do it. It is profitable. It is not illegal. But we have to make the decision to stop it.
Thank you. Well, my legislation will help you collect that data. But not only there, as you mentioned in your opening statement, there are 44 million households living in rental housing who deserve to know their rights and to be protected against abuse. And the HOME Act would empower HUD, the FTC, and the CFPB to identify practices that may unfairly prevent applicants and tenants from accessing or staying in their apartments. So, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, since this is the first housing hearing that we've had, this is a very important issue, and I hope my colleagues will support the HOME Act legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Fudge, thank you for being here with us today. I've been digging in and trying to get some information. I would love your assistance here today. In particular, as we look at the migrant crisis that we're having with illegal immigration at the border and how funds are flowing from our federal government into resources for illegal immigrants into the country. And specifically looking at probably 4 of the biggest programs inside HUD, using up rough math, 75% of the $65 billion budget of HUD breaks into 4 key programs: community development, block grants, we have Section 8 tenant vouchers, homelessness assistance grants, and then public housing, capital P, capital H, public housing. And as we look at this, I've been looking to see if there are any restrictions on those funds from HUD, any restrictions at HUD preventing those funds from being used to house illegal immigrants that have entered the United States. And if those funds are being used in that manner, what percentage or what the dollar amount is that's tied to that. And so let me break them down into sections. Do you know any restrictions from HUD that would prevent an illegal immigrant from taking or from utilizing Section 8 tenant vouchers?
I'm not sure what you're asking me, but what we do not give vouchers to immigrants. Is that what you're asking?
No, ma'am. So I'm saying, are there any restrictions at the HUD level as these funds flow through the local government agencies that are actually distributing the vouchers? Any restrictions on those localities from using these vouchers for purposes of housing illegal immigrants that have arrived in the United States?
Well, I would say I don't know that there are any legal restrictions to that particular municipality or county.
Are there?
It is their decision as to how they use them.
So no understood. So no restrictions from HUD. Is that for all 4 programs or just for the Section 8 tenant vouchers?
That's for all 4 programs.
So for all 4 programs, no restrictions from HUD. Do you track the amount of money being utilized at the local level that is going to illegal immigrants in the United States? So So rough math, we're taking these 4 programs, rough math, $45–50 billion total. You don't track how much money of that bucket is being utilized for housing of illegal immigrants in the United States?
We get data, but I don't believe that that is data that has been collected anywhere that I'm aware of.
So it's not being collected anywhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you think it should be collected, that we should know in the United States
Probably.
what kind of dollars we're spending on the disastrous border policies? Remove the disastrous border policies, but I don't want to get this overly partisan. I think it's just really important to actually understand the numbers.
I think the data would be important to us, yeah.
Can you get that data for us? What would need to be done to be able to capture that data? Because for sure, a lot of money is going to this, but if we don't know the scale of the problem, I think we have an issue.
I don't know that we can require them to give it to us, but I can check into it.
I think if you can't require it, I think we should give you that authority to be able to require it, because in communities, in my district community across the country, in particular, let's just take one of these programs, the Section 8 tenant vouchers, we have a long list of individuals, U.S. citizens, who've been here for a long time, who've been struggling in many ways, who are on a list to get access to some of these funds. And at the same time, we have this massive flow of illegal immigrants coming into the United States, but we don't have any trackable data. As you've just said, Secretary Fudge, we don't have that data as it relates to understanding how much of your HUD budget is ultimately being utilized to house illegal immigrants.
Well, I would say this, it is not a large portion because we've had so many lists right now. We go through our list. People who come here, that they go to the bottom of the line, basically. We are never going to put our own citizens in a position to be behind someone who is not a citizen.
But you don't, you can assume that, but you can't tell me that on the facts, because we don't track.
That is true.
We don't track the data, right? So that's maybe your assumption. But in some of these cases, we also have a real challenge in a handful of these cases where we'll have people on a list, and then when you go and look at how the vouchers, we have 100,000 vouchers that are being unused, right? So there's a disconnect on these lists. There's a disconnect in some ways where we have thousands of vouchers that aren't being utilized. We have other areas where we have people on a list, a bit of a separate question, but I think in my very limited time, I'd love you to come back with some sort of analysis, or whether or not you need authority to be able to track the amount of HUD funds that are being utilized to house illegal immigrants in the United States. Precious is our time. I appreciate you being here, Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, earlier in today's hearing, Congressman Barr misquoted Ms. Diane Yentl, President and CEO of the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, as saying, quote, "By using the housing first approach, homeless systems cannot keep up with increased flow," unquote. I would like the record to reflect that Ms. Yentl's actual statement was, quote, "While communities have become even more effective at helping people exit homelessness by using the housing first approach, homeless systems cannot keep up with increased inflow," unquote. What this means is that while the housing first approach is proving effective, without adequate resources and increased supply of affordable housing, local communities cannot keep up with the inflow of people who are experiencing homelessness. In fact, while HUD's latest report on homelessness showed a 12% increase in homelessness nationwide, the population of people who are experiencing homelessness for the first time in their lives increased by a whopping 25%. That is a function of this nation's worsening affordable housing crisis, and will only get worse if House Republicans accomplish their goals to defund federal housing programs. Madam Secretary, I love saying that. In fact, I'm going to do it again. Madam Secretary, it's so good to have you back, and thank you again for all of your efforts, particularly when it comes to public housing and homelessness. Those are issues that are very dear to the hearts and souls of many, many Houstonians and constituents in my district. As has been mentioned already, we seem to be facing another shutdown. We're not looking at solutions. It looks like we may end up in a shutdown. Can you tell us what the impact is of these stopgap funding bills, going from one CR to the next or to a shutdown? What does that have an impact on HUD programs specifically? How does that hurt your programs?
The largest impact would be that we cannot continue to assist people with their rent. So that's all housing vouchers, it's public housing resources. We talk about our community-funded programs. We cannot continue because we have not the resources to expend. We can't do grant programs like CDBG that cities and communities rely on. We cannot do disaster recovery. It affects tens of millions of people.
Everyday people.
Everyday people.
And many low-income, disadvantaged, vulnerable, as we said earlier, low-income, disabled, veterans.
Absolutely.
Everybody that uses any of your programs. So what would happen if Congress chose to fund HUD with another stopgap measure instead of an appropriations bill?
Well, certainly, just like in your household, things go up, things cost more. If we don't increase, then we have to decrease the people we serve. It's just that very simple. If we don't have the resources to pay the higher rents that we've all been talking about, then we can only serve fewer people.
Okay. Now, I wanted to follow up. I know earlier in the hearing today, we also talked about the private equity firms that are creeping up everywhere. I know in some neighborhoods in Houston, these private equity firms buy houses, put them up for rent, or sell them, and it ends up pushing people out of their neighborhoods because it increases the values, which means higher appraisals, which means higher property taxes. What, if anything, can we do to help HUD get a better handle on this situation? Because we're seeing more and more of it, I know, in Houston and other parts of the state of Texas.
We need to encourage our local and state officials to find ways to create ordinances that stop it. I mean, we really can't stop it. It's not illegal to do. So what we are hoping is that our partners on the state and local level will come up with ways that they can do it. They should not allow any one company to come in and buy up 200 houses in a day. That should be illegal somewhere. And I think that local communities need to start to use the influence and the legal remedies they have available to them, quite frankly.
Okay, just one last thing for the record. Earlier, in your exchange with the chairman, you did say that every letter that he has written you have responded to.
Yes.
I just want to make sure the record reflects that, because I don't know that he ever acknowledged that as a fact, but certainly I know that anytime we've had any issues, you've always responded. In fact, you've been on the phone with us in conference calls, not just with me, but other members of the Houston delegation when we talked about some disaster relief funds. So we have found you to be very accessible, and we thank you for all your work, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Fudge, thank you for being here today. It's good to see you again after 2 long years. Unfortunately, the changes in the housing market really haven't been positive in the last 2 years. Affordability has become a critical issue. Mortgage payments and rent are skyrocketing. Millions of Americans have to allocate more of their income towards simply putting a roof over their head. It's no surprise that homelessness is growing nationwide. Your agency's mission is to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing, and I'm disheartened to say that that's no longer the case for many Americans. In the most recent HUD point-in-time count report, your agency found that homelessness has increased by over 12% compared to 2022. Specifically, the report found that more than 650,000 people experience homelessness on any given night in America, which represents the highest level since 2007. In addition, the number of people who became homeless for the first time increased by a staggering 25% between 2021 and 2022, and these numbers have grown despite the number of beds available to homeless populations increasing by 6% during last year alone. So I have my own thoughts on what's causing all of these challenges. What do you think are the main drivers of these troubling trends?
There are a number of things. As you look at the fact that senior citizens are becoming some of the fastest groups of people that are homeless today, it's because they live on fixed incomes like Social Security, which we don't increase. When you talk about families with children, many of those persons do not have jobs because, for whatever reason, once we lost the resources or they sunsetted from the COVID packages, People were put in a position where they could not pay the rent anymore because there was no assistance. People were put in a position where we did not have enough shelter beds or enough congregation.
Do you think that the inflation resulting from the trillions of dollars that were spent over the last few years is causing part of this? I think that might be the number one cause, and I think the number two cause is probably the lawlessness at our southern border, where millions and millions of illegal immigrants are coming into this country, and they're straining our resources. And before you answer that, you just were speaking with my friend from Wisconsin, and you said that there are no illegal immigrants, I'm sure you're going to call them asylum seekers, that jump ahead of the line and get resources and benefits.
Not from us.
From the government.
I'm talking about HUD. I only talk about HUD.
Okay, well, just yesterday, the mayor of New York City closed a school in Brooklyn and bused 2,000 illegal immigrants there, and they're currently riding out a storm for a couple of days. I mean, do you think that maybe...
That has nothing to do with HUD.
Well, can you tell me that there were no community development block grant funds used to help facilitate that decision?
I have no idea what funds
Do you think that they shouldn't use federal funds to prioritize housing illegal immigrants over American citizens?
It's not my job to tell mayors how to run their cities.
Well, it's our job to tell them what to do with federal dollars.
Should. Okay. And it's fine. You should do that.
Okay, so, but you do agree that it would be less than appropriate for state and local governments to use federal dollars to prioritize illegal immigrants over American citizens that are experiencing homelessness. Would you agree with that?
I would say I hope that they are not.
Okay, I appreciate that. Would you look into whether any of the CDBG funds are being used? Or, I mean, is that something that we need to take up directly with the state and local governments?
I think you should.
Okay.
But to get back to your question, inflation is not the number one issue for rising housing costs. It is supply. It is lack of supply.
So when a developer, somebody's going to build a home, is looking at an interest rate of 8%, the math's all off. Because if you're going to buy a $250,000, $300,000 house in South Carolina 3 years ago, your mortgage payment's going to be around $1,000. And that's something that a lot of people can afford if you're making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. But when the interest rate's at 8%, which, by the way, it is now because the federal government spent trillions of dollars that we didn't have, that mortgage payment is more like $2,300 to $2,500. And their rent or their mortgage can't go up 150% when their wages probably went up 5 or 10%. So, I mean, that is a direct result of...
But I would say to you that the problem existed when the interest rates were 4%. We have had a lack of supply for many years.
I can only speak for my district. In 2019, 2020, even before the pandemic, things were going great, and everybody that wanted to purchase a house had a good paying job, and the house was affordable because interest rates were low. That's not the case anymore. And
the homeless numbers were just as bad then.
I would imagine that's probably relative to geography, because again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being with us today. I really appreciate the work that you do every day, and want to go over a few policy questions. But first, I was taken aback by, when we think about what we just went through with the global pandemic, with investing and keeping people housed, how important that was with stabilizing our local communities. I was a state senator at the time, and I just want to thank you for your support. I can't imagine if we didn't have those dollars. Also want to reiterate, we have the quickest and strongest recovery in the world. You wouldn't know that if you listen to my Republican colleagues about our state of our economy and not remembering what we just went through and what we're coming out of from a global pandemic. So I just want to thank you for the work you do every day. We've had the opportunity to connect, and I was able to tell you my story and how important your services were for my family. My mom was one of the people who qualified for Section 8 housing, and it saved her life. She would not be here today. I was surprised that substance use disorders were brought into the conversation of whether people should be drug tested. I can tell you that if you put people on the streets, it is only going to get significantly worse and more expensive. I've seen this firsthand with my aunt and my cousin. And so what you do is so important, but it's only the first step. It also takes substance use disorder treatment and recovery services. That is completely outside of what you do. But just wanted to clarify, set the record straight on that. We need to be looking to treat this as a disease, not throw people on the streets. Something that I'm interested in is we talked about the mortgage rate increase because of rising inflation. Once again, strongest recovery in the world here in the United States. We have a lot to be proud of and hopeful for with where we are. But the interest rates are a barrier for people when they're trying to sell their home and buy a new home. And something that I only know about because I'm on this committee that is really promising, and I want to look into how we can make this more accessible and streamline the process, is how people can actually take on previous interest rates for loans when they're for FHA loans. So the assumable mortgage rate. So if you're buying a property and they have a percentage of that at a rate that is much lower that we all benefited from in the previous with the previous interest rates, that you can actually assume that mortgage with FHA loans. Now, this process is burdensome. Most people don't know that this isn't even an option. What do you think that we can do to make sure that people know about this as an opportunity when buying new homes?
Well, we do have housing counseling all over the country. So all that anybody would need to do is one of two things: contact a housing counselor or contact our office directly, and we can refer them to a housing counselor. So we can give them the information.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I've heard that it can be a little burdensome, so I'd love to work with you on what we can do to support streamlining that process. Something that has also impacted Colorado are wildfires. And we've talked at great length about the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Program today. We know that this can be used with disaster support. Are you finding that there are barriers with you all being able to provide these funds when it comes to wildfires? And is there something that Congress needs to do to adjust?
Well, our problem is that we can't get to you fast enough. Because unlike FEMA that has authority, has a permanent authorization to go into communities like first responders do, we can't. We have to wait until FEMA goes in, does an assessment, comes back to Congress, tells Congress this is how much money we think it's going to take, and then Congress has to do an appropriation. When I was in Kentucky just earlier last year, it had been almost 18 months since the storm. And I think it's just outrageous that we can't help people when they need us.
Great, thank you for that. You're very succinct. I'm not used to this. We also, something that has been, I think the unfortunate reality is the attack on HUD and whether or not there should be any public investment in housing, whether or not the free market's going to address this. How critical are the P3 partnerships in those public investments to make sure that we can build attainable housing?
Neither the federal government nor private entities can build all of the housing we need. We have to work together. That is the only way we can build enough housing for the people we need. Whether you use the number we are short 1.5 million units of housing, or if you use the 4 million that many people are using, neither of us can do it alone. So we have to give the assistance to the best of our ability.
Gentlelady's time has
Thank you,
expired.
Madam Secretary.
The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate you holding this important hearing today. And thank you, Secretary Fudge, for joining us as we conduct oversight of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Young Americans are experiencing a mental health crisis greater than we've ever seen in the history of this country. Madam Secretary, under your leadership, is it a priority of HUD to implement policies that expand access to mental health services across the country?
Is it our what?
Is it one of your priorities to implement policies that would expand access to mental health care?
No, but we do. I mean, what we do is we provide resources for housing for the disabled, which includes mental illness.
All right, well, great. That was where I was going,
Oh,
because
okay.
that's a priority of mine as well.
Okay.
And Secretary, Madam Secretary, briefly, what has HUD, under your leadership, done to accomplish this priority?
Well, one of the things we've done, even in this last budget, is to put more resources into our programs to build housing for the disabled. Because what we have found is, just like with senior housing, We don't have enough of it, and we certainly don't have enough housing for the disabled.
One of the things that you are doing is HUD is training housing counselors in basic mental health skills. And I'm pleased to say that HUD is raising mental health awareness through a new educational campaign on housing discrimination faced by people with mental health issues, which plays into what you were talking about, which is great. Do you think there's more that HUD can be doing?
Well, I don't know that there is, but I'm certainly open to suggestion because it is a major problem in this country.
Yeah.
Not only just mental health in the terms that most of us think about it, but large numbers of people who sleep on our streets have mental illness as well.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, are you familiar with the Securing Facilities for Mental Health Services Act? It's a bipartisan bill that I've been working on with Congressman Richie Torres the past several years.
I am not.
As you know, Section 242 of the National Housing Act currently restricts psychiatric inpatient hospitals from applying for mortgage assistance through HUD. This contributes to a shortage of beds for patients seeking mental health treatment, and due to the mental health crisis we face, those in need are not receiving the mental health care they need. Madam Secretary, do you support efforts to allow psychiatric inpatient hospitals to receive mortgage assistance through your agency? Or
Certainly.
would you?
I mean, I think that we need to do a lot more. I mean, part of the problem with beds now is the Medicare formula, which back in the day, 50, 60 years ago, decided that we would not allow more beds for mental illness because they, quote unquote, did not want to house the mentally ill. So there are a number of issues that I think we need to address, but I'm all for it.
Fantastic, and that's great to hear, because the Securities Facilities for Mental Health Services Act does exactly that, so I look forward to working with you. Unfortunately, last Congress, your staff, and I don't know that you know this, told the Democrat leadership on this committee that the bill would be difficult for HUD to implement and we should forego marking this bill up and conduct a study on it instead. Secretary Fudge, with respect, it simply doesn't make sense, and again, this is staff, this was not you, so I don't expect that you're personally aware of it, but it simply doesn't make sense to compromise helping people who have high-risk medical needs because of the red tape involved in making the change, and I take it from our discussion today that you would agree with that.
I'm not aware of it, and I'll check to find out what that was.
Great. I have correspondence if it would be helpful. We asked the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO, to study the potential pros and cons of such a change, and it observed that there were no structural obstacles to have the Federal Housing Administration insure psychiatric inpatient hospitals. The forthcoming GAO report, due in the next few weeks, also outlines some practices to consider incorporating to reduce any new risks. In a good faith effort to work with your agency and produce effective legislation, I'd like to give you a chance to describe to this committee the challenges that you think HUD might face. And if there are none that come to mind, we can certainly continue this discussion, but that HUD might, that maybe your staff was referring to, that HUD might face as obstacles to implementing something like this.
The only major problems we have is, of course, when you have populations that have emotional or mental issues, you need the proper kinds of staff and the proper kinds of people who are trained to do the work. That would be the only impediment that I could see. But it's the same problem we're having now with assisted living facilities, et cetera. We need a trained workforce to do the work.
Wow. Thank you, Secretary Fudge. I look forward to working with you and your department on making an important change here, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Fudge, for coming before the committee today and for expanding home ownership to millions of Americans and helping millions more stay in their homes since you assumed the office of HUD Secretary, especially down in Atlanta. You've been down to Atlanta, you've seen the work that we're doing, and I am grateful for your partnership in keeping people housed and creating new opportunities for people to become housed. The hard work that you and your staff do at the Department of Housing and Urban Development daily does not go unnoticed, and it is appreciated. Housing and the lack of it impacts every facet of someone's life. Y'all, I didn't have much growing up. I was raised in a home that my mother was born in, and while we didn't have indoor plumbing or running water, we always had a place to call home, and it was safe and secure. Everyone deserves safe and stable housing, and for far too long, the residents of Forest Cove have been deprived of this right. Secretary Fudge, we've had this conversation, and I appreciate everything that you're doing in making sure that those residents have been rehoused. Forest Cove, y'all, is a HUD property in my district that is owned by Millennial Housing Management. During Millennia's ownership of Forest Cove, the property accumulated 150 citations, and tenants endured mold, rodents, multiple fires, murders, and numerous other safety and maintenance violations. In December of 2021, an Atlanta municipal judge ordered Forest Cove to be condemned due to deplorable conditions. In early 22, the city of Atlanta evacuated and relocated nearly 200 families. Now the city is engaged in a lawsuit with Millennia over relocation costs and rehabilitation plans. But y'all, this is not about Millennia or the ongoing lawsuit. This is about the families, the people of Forest Cove who just want a roof over their heads and a stable place to raise their children. For most families in Georgia's 5th District down in Atlanta, Forest Cove is the only HUD property that offers 3-bedroom apartment units, and so they are forced to endure. As a member of Congress and a mama, what the residents of Forest Cove have had to tolerate is unacceptable and is truly concerning, and I serve on this committee to advocate for them. Secretary Fudge, I want to work with you to get you the tools and the resources that you need from Congress so that we can make sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else in this country. Can you provide us what you need from Congress to aid in HUD's oversight of these housing management companies?
Part of the problem we have, of course, is when we find situations like that and have to rehouse people, we often don't have places to send them. And so unless Congress gives us the authority to build more units of public housing and or to do more vouchers to move people, we get put in a position where we have no place for people to go. We have landlords who do not have to comply with the law because if they see a Section 8 voucher or a housing choice voucher, or if they see that you're on Social Security or some fixed income, most of them won't even rent to them. So we find ourselves in a position where we need more housing, more low-income and affordable housing. That's the only thing that really is going to solve this problem, because it also then creates some competition for these private owners. I mean, technically, Forest Cove was not a HUD property, but we had people there that are HUD tenants. So we were trying to do the right thing to make sure that we could get people moved out of the building and safely put in other places, but we just need more affordable housing.
Thank you so much for your leadership in this situation. And for any of my colleagues that are listening and think that this is just about Atlanta, Forest Cove is not the only property to make news that is operated by Millennium. Millennia's other properties made headlines too. A fire at a property in Little Rock, Arkansas killed 3 people in October of 2022. A carbon monoxide leak at a Mississippi property left a mother and a child dead in September of 2022. And a gas leak explosion hospitalized 7 people living at a Florida complex in 2019. Y'all, affordable housing is not a synonym for poor, low quality, or unsanitary. Secretary Fudge, what I'm hearing is that you need Congress to pass a law to allow you to intervene, to give you the funding to continue to operate and build additional properties. And what we're doing right now is not going down that track with my Republican colleagues. Secretary Fudge, can you explain the repercussions if Republicans are successful in slashing the federal housing budget and if there is continued finger pointing at states and local governments to do the work alone?
Let me say very quickly, we are in legal proceedings with Millennial as we speak, so that should give you some comfort. Again, we will not be able to help people stay in the homes that they are already in if we do not have the resources. We just can't help people.
Thank you, Secretary Fudge, and I look forward to your continued partnership in housing Americans that need to be housed.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Secretary, for being here. Thank you for your work. The International Energy Conservation Code of 2021 standards introduced new costs for home building and the appraisal process, which in my district could cost, I'm informed, up to $13,000 per single-family home. Has HUD conducted comprehensive research on the impacts of adopting 2021 IECC on new housing affordability and availability?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Have you conducted any surveys or research on the fact that it could raise housing costs this rule by as much as $13,000?
I'm not familiar with the rule.
I'm familiar with it. If you would, review it and get back to me, because I'm under I'm told it's a very serious issue for my district, and I'm sure for other places as well. All right, thank you. And I understand there's also an earlier, less expensive code to ensure new construction remains far more affordable. So if that's something you can take a look at. It's a new addition for building. Homelessness. So reports show that there's as much as 650,000 homeless in the U.S. Whether that's right or not, I'm not sure, but that's the numbers that I've derived. So HUD's report has that California has about 1/3 of all the homeless for the country, or out of that number, 33%. New York is 16%. Now, California's got a population of 40 million. New York's got a population of 20 million. So they're the two, they have the two heaviest levels of homelessness. Pennsylvania, my state, has 2% of the homelessness. Texas, which has 30 million people, much higher than New York, has about 8%. And Florida's in the range of about 5%, and they're the third most populous state. So my question is, look, we want to provide effectively funding availability, but is it more of a management problem and policy problem in California and New York? Are you sending money there that isn't getting the job done in a weighted manner that offsets what other states receive? Is there a better plan for California and New York, since they're likely receiving nearly 50% of the funding for homelessness, and yet their percentages are far more than states with higher levels of population?
I think you answered the question. When you have 40 million people, if you take your 6%, the raw numbers are going to be significantly higher than they are in Pennsylvania. The same thing with New York. But I would say
No,
that,
I'm doing the ratios. I'm sorry, Secretary. No, the point I'm making is that Texas, for instance, has 30 million people, and they have half the homelessness that New York has. California, if you did the right ratio for Pennsylvania, that would be, since they have 3 times more people, that would be 6%, not 33%. So they're far more in they're not doing as good a job with the funding being received.
the cost
is
of
my
living
point.
in New York and California are significantly higher than they are in Texas.
So that's the answer?
No, you asked me, I'm saying that is part of it, quite frankly. People cannot afford to live.
Florida, all right, the numbers are so much out of range. I think it's more than that. I think there's a management issue that should be looked into, rather than just say we need to get more funding. If funding was the answer, I think everybody here would say, let's take care of our veterans that are homeless. Let's take care of people that are homeless. But if we're not even willing to look at what their procedures are, that's unfortunate.
Well, I didn't say I was not willing to look at it. That's
Okay.
what you said.
Well,
I'm always willing to look at it.
You're saying the housing costs are the problem. I mean, maybe in San Francisco and LA, but not in San Diego, but not necessarily the entirety of the state. All right, there's a concept known as Freedom Village. I want to ask you, does the HUD-VASH program seems to be the best vehicle to get a concept known as Freedom Village, a concept housing community for veterans that provides both physical housing and behavioral health services? The HUD-VASH program is underutilized and reported to be only providing 70% of the available vouchers every year. I don't know if you're familiar with the Freedom Village concept, or would you know offhand if it would be, if the HUD-VASH vouchers would work for something such as the Freedom Village?
I'm not familiar with Freedom Village, but
That's something I can call your office about and
that'd be
hear more
great.
about.
That'd be fine.
I'm out of time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Madam Secretary, and thank you so much for your public service and accessibility to the members of this committee. So for those members that were asking you about the fact that how much money or federal resources have been used, whether it's Section 8 or other programs, to provide assistance to undocumented, or as they call it, illegal immigrants. Let me remind them that HUD's rule implementing Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act prohibits assistance to undocumented immigrants. And the only exception is mixed status family, and the rent is prorated. Let the record reflect that. Secretary Fudge, one of the issues that I'm talking about, the lack of affordable housing, this is an issue that goes to the heart of the cost of insurance for multifamily properties. So in my district, property owners are struggling with the rising cost of commercial property and general liability insurance premiums. For example, a HUD Section 236 property in my district, that is a HUD program, was recently forced to increase rents by 6%, in part because of these premium increases. So my question is, how is HUD working to reduce insurance premiums for multifamily property owners?
Well, FHA and multifamily are working with other people in the government to talk about insurance, because insurance really isn't something that we do. We do insure, or FHA does insure certain projects that we have across the country, but we also need for the insurance industry, whether it be flood insurance, whether it be homeowners insurance. When we build big properties, the cost of insurance throws the cost of those up significantly, just the cost of insurance. So until we bring that down, we can't bring the cost down of building multifamily units.
So are you having any conversations?
Yes, we are. We are.
So, in October 2021, the Treasury Department and HUD choose to resume operation of the Federal Financing Bank Risk Sharing Program. FHA anticipates that approximately 20,000 affordable rental units will be created or preserved through the restart of this successful program, which poses little cost or risk to the taxpayers. The program is currently expected to sunset on September 30th. Have the Treasury Department and HUD had any conversations about extending this program beyond September 30th? When we are discussing the lack of affordable housing, this is an important program that we cannot allow to expire.
We're trying to make it permanent, Congresswoman, if we can. And we are having those conversations with Treasury.
On October, I wrote you a letter encouraging HUD to include Puerto Rico in the next American Housing Survey, which is expected to be conducted this year. To date, Puerto Rico has never been included in the survey. And it's just not fair, because we need to know the status of housing in Puerto Rico. And right now, because of Law 22, we have a lot of speculators that are coming to Puerto Rico to purchase property, driving up the real estate market prices. And unless we have data, we cannot tackle the issue of the lack of affordability when it comes to housing in Puerto Rico. So can you explain why HUD has never included Puerto Rico, that colony of the United States that is our responsibility, in any of its prior surveys? And does HUD currently plan to include Puerto Rico in the next survey?
I agree. I think we should make sure Puerto Rico is in the count.
And is the agency will do something to include Puerto Rico in the next survey?
Yes, we will.
So I can have that guarantee from you, Madam Secretary? Madam Secretary? That commitment from you?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. We'll now go to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. Appreciate it. I'm kind of jumping around because I'm trying not to be redundant with some of the other questions that have been already asked. But one of the dichotomies, I think, is that many of us are bringing up kind of the same question related to different areas, not necessarily in my district, but San Francisco had like 856 housing units last year through October. And then I know Texas was brought up by Mr. Muser earlier, New Braunfels, Texas, which has become kind of a poster child for huge housing boom, 1,940 units in the same period. Do you think affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, that rule will help or hamper kind of just natural development by home builders throughout the nation? Have you taken a look at that issue and how the rule could affect that?
First off, I'm not at liberty to talk about a rule that is in the process of being reviewed.
Well, how about your opinion just on, I mean, you're watching the same trends, I'm sure, where some areas are developing and have better strategies for home building than others. And I'm wondering how you view that and kind of what your take is on how you can advance that and how you can help in that regard.
I meet with home builders regularly. They know that the rule is there. They have the opportunity to comment on the rule. We will look at their comments and we will try to accommodate as best we can their concerns.
Right. Very good. I'm just concerned that there's, hasn't been a kind of formal opinion. And I meet with home builders too, both in my district in Wisconsin and obviously those that may come in with one of the associations. And they all have the same frustrations, which I think is that they'll go to a municipality, they'll have a discussion with the home builder, the city council or the village board will say, we'd love to build a new subdivision, but quite honestly, when the subdivision is completed, the average cost of a home in that subdivision is $500,000. Well, that's not what these municipalities are looking for. That's certainly not advancing, I think, the overall agenda of continuing home building. So I would hope that you would oversee and kind of take a look at how we could advance that. Let me move quickly. Many lenders have stated that the cost and complexity of servicing FHA loan is significantly more compared to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac loans. Are there any plans for HUD to reform FHA's servicing to fall more in line with the GSE's model for servicing?
I'm not aware of any complaints we've received. So
Okay.
if you have people that are saying that to you, please have them contact us.
Okay, very good. And while I know you don't directly oversee FHFA, they plan to require, I think this came up earlier today, they plan to require Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to transition from the current requirements that lenders provide credit reports for all three national consumer reporting agencies to 2. Have you guys monitored this, and do you think at some point HUD will examine how the proposed move by FHFA to a buy-merge system will affect HUD's goal of increasing home ownership?
And we'll certainly look at it. I mean, FHA, though, has no plans to go to that model.
Okay, well, I mean, that's, the same thing. I mean, associations are the ones reporting, I think, to the elected members that this is exactly what the issue is. So I would urge you to take a look at it. That would be great.
Oh, we absolutely will.
Yep. And then the last thing real quick, I'm concerned about GSEs taking market share from FHA, leaving FHA with kind of the smaller group of what I would consider riskier mortgages. Riskier mortgages need corresponding controls to kind of ensure eligibility for individuals receiving the FHA insurance. What is HUD's position in kind of protecting taxpayers from the FHA taking on only the riskier mortgages? I think everybody's concerned about that, right?
I would say to them that we have less than a 4% default rate, I would say, which is some of the lowest in the entire industry, conventional and/or FHA. I would also say that our resources, our accounts, are strong and stronger than they have ever been. And so I would say to the public, I think it's a safe bet to bet on FHA.
Very good. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We have 2 votes on the House floor. After that, we'll reconvene. We've got 11 members that are here that have questions, and we'll see you after votes. It shouldn't take very long. It's motion reconsider.
Mr. Chairman, can you give me some idea? I mean, my original thought was I would be here for 2 hours. I don't mind answering the questions, but
Well,
if you could
I
give
know
me
it's
some
been a
idea
while
so I can notify my office.
Yes, ma'am. As a former member of Congress, and your staff well knows this, there's no end time. We had set, and that is the tradition of this committee. We've had Director Chopra, who's testified under that same arrangement, Chair Gensler every time. In fact, Gary wants to stay and take more questions. So we'll have a recess, House floor votes. This should not take more than 20 or 30 minutes, and we'll be back. Ma'am, Secretary Fudge, you know the House rules. We're voting under this.
I'm
We're
not
taking
saying I'm not going to
questions.
follow them. I'm just asking you to give me an idea of time so I can
Your staff
notify
knew
my
this ahead of
office.
time, that those were the rules and arrangements here. I'm sorry you didn't know this, but I can't inform you of that which your staff doesn't inform you. We will see you when we reconvene immediately following votes for 11 more members, both Republicans and Democrats taking questions, and we'll see you then. Committee stands in recess. Committee will come to order. We'll now resume questioning under the 5-minute rule, and we'll now go to Mr. Green of Texas for 5 minutes. Mr. Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. And of course, I thank the Secretary for being with us today. Madam Secretary, an honor to have you before the committee. And welcome home. Welcome back to Congress. Madam Secretary, I'm going to speak to you very briefly about CDBG DR, but at the time of the event that occurred that I shall address, it was CDBG mitigation funding. Texas has had 3 consecutive years of flooding disasters. This was in 2015, 16, and 17. We had 1 trillion gallons of water in a 4-day period in the Houston-Harris County area. 68 persons lost their lives to Harvey. Hurricane Harvey caused $125 billion in damages. It truly was a major disaster. In 2018, Congress appropriated $4.38 billion in community development block grant mitigation funds for Harvey. In May of 2020, the Texas General Land Office announced an application process for Texas counties to compete for mitigation funds. In May of 2021, the GLO announced awards for the first round of funding totaling $2.3 billion. Here's where it becomes rather enigmatic, to say the very least. GLO, in making the initial award, did not award any dollars to Houston-Harris County, which suffered the 1 trillion gallons of water and the damages that I outlined. We have, since Harvey, been trying to get GLO to cooperate with us. I do not in any way cast any shade, as we might say, on your department and on you, because you have been involved with this and you've done many things to try to resolve this. And we're still seeking resolution in the state of Texas. I believe that for future disasters of this type, it would be beneficial for Congress to act. I think that we have legislation pending currently that can make a difference. The Reforming Disaster Recovery Act. This legislation was initially introduced by my colleague across the aisle, Ms. Wagner, and she and I tried our very best to get it passed. That was in 2017. In 2019, I introduced the legislation, and we've not been able to get it passed. But I think that this CDBG-DR legislation would do several things that would be of benefit. First of all, it would establish a long-term fund for the program. It would codify the program itself such that we wouldn't find ourselves reinventing the wheel each time we have a natural disaster. It would also require the states and local governments to administer funds per the Fair Housing and Civil Rights laws. I think this is going to help you and your agency to better serve the people that I represent, and quite frankly, people across the length and breadth of the country, because we have these disasters in various forms in various venues. I appreciate what you have done and would look forward to working with you and with Congress to, at some point, give some degree of permanency to the CDBG-DR program. As you know, FEMA, they can move rather expeditiously because of the codification of the legislation that they have to govern themselves. And if you would like to make a comment, I would welcome any comment that you have.
I just want to say thank you, because that will allow us to get to people when they are in most need, and that is right after a storm or a fire or whatever it may be will have occurred. So thank you.
I thank you, and I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary. As many today have already stated, our nation is facing a housing shortage with housing affordability at historic lows for both homeowners and renters. My district of Long Island is no different. Just a little over a month ago, the median home price in Suffolk County reached a record $600,000, an increase over 9% compared to a year ago. When combined with the fact that the average interest rate for a 30-year loan is still well above the sub 4% rates that home buyers were used to seeing just a couple of years ago, it is no surprise that many first-time home buyers struggle to enter the market. One such solution to the affordability problem, which you briefly highlighted earlier, is the use of modular homes and accessory dwelling units. Secretary Fudge, how can HUD update its policies to leverage the development of non-traditional construction methods like modular housing and accessory dwelling units to add to the housing supply?
I'm really glad you asked that, because it's something that we are exploring, because we know that that may be, in fact, the answer to our real problem, because they can go up quickly, they are energy efficient, they don't take an awful lot of manpower to put up. So what we have done is just, in the past, lending institutions as well as FHA and FHFA have not wanted to fund or to support these new housing models. We are now fully engaged, and we are making ways to be sure that we can fund accessory dwelling units, manufactured homes, modular homes. We have a showcase every year to talk about what is new in the market that can help us deal with this crisis. And so we are doing all that we know how to do in terms of making sure funding is available for them.
So trying to get up, so making sure, changing the policies to make sure funding is available for these types of units. Great. I want to switch over to the FHA. FHA loans are unique in that they're assumable by subsequent borrowers, provided the assumer or borrower is fully underwritten and qualifies for the loan. Given that the majority of FHA loans currently outstanding have interest rates that are well below current rates, this assumability is it's pretty appetizing for a lot of homeowners, especially with the low rate. However, the fee that the lender or servicer can charge to underwrite the new buyer is well below the cost the lender or the servicer would incur. Is FHA considering raising the fee to ensure that lenders who process assumption requests in a timely manner without incurring costs to do so?
I'm not sure, but I can ask. But I would say this. We've not gotten any complaints about the fees, but I'm certainly willing to take a look at it. And I'll ask our commissioner to do that.
That'd be great, because I think if you can have some people assume some of these loans at the lower rates, it really would help with buyers. I practiced law and did a lot of FHA loans and closings, and the interest rates now compared to what they used to be, it's really painful on middle and low income buyers. So anything we can do to open this up, and maybe by raising that fee, more lenders will be willing to underwrite these, and we get more people to be able to assume those loans. Further, many lenders have stated that the at least to our office, that the cost and complexity of servicing an FHA loan is significantly more compared to a Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac loan. Are there any plans for HUD to reform FHA's servicing to fall more in lines with the GSE's model for servicing?
Well, one of the things that one of your colleagues asked a question earlier, and I said that we would take a look at it. I don't know what the fee structure is off the top of my head, but we will take a look at seeing if we can be more in line, because one of the things we do want to do is become more in line with the agencies we work with.
So yeah, so there's nothing specifically that comes to mind that would keep you from doing it. You will absolutely, you'll look into it, and great, I appreciate that. And again, we talked about the housing shortage. In your opinion, this is coming up now more and more. In your opinion, do you think having states take over zoning control from local governments is a good way to address the housing issue?
I'm going to admit to you that I'm biased. I'm a former mayor, so I would say no.
I appreciate that. I agree with you. As someone who did local zoning, I think the people, like the mayors, the town supervisors, the town board members, the zoning boards, are the ones who know the communities that they live in. And having a state, whether it's New York or Ohio or Texas or somebody, one of the governors come in and say, oh, by the way, we're going to put an apartment building here, and take that power completely away from the local governments is not a good thing. So I'm happy you agree with me, and I'm almost out of time, so I don't have any further questions. So thank you, Madam Secretary, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Fudge, for being here. I know it's been a very long day. I was looking over everything you inherited. Before you showed up, the just challenges really across the country in the housing crisis. And I know you know this because you come from a very similar county that I do, from the foreclosure crisis to the lack of housing to the conditions of housing. I mean, I just look at the average renter now pays over 30% in their income and rent. You know the housing prices are up like 47% since 2020. And, funding for your agency continues to lag behind. I look at the number of households who receive federal rental assistance through public housing Section 8 programs, which are some of our working class families, is lower now today than it was 2 decades ago. And so more than 19 million households qualify for rental aid, yet only 4.3 million actually receive that assistance because of the lack of funding. So I want to talk specifically about the importance of public housing stock that faces like the capital backlog, the capital improvements that are needed. I think we need like $70 billion
or more.
You only get I think 3 or 4% of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then I look at Detroit Housing Commission, and I've talked to you about this. For example, needs hundreds of millions of dollars, and they only have right now about $12 million annually to spend on those improvements. So you have roughly 30% fewer employees than you did a decade ago. Secretary Fudge, can you talk about the struggles again? Because even with the reforms that many of colleagues want to see, and I hear a lot about new construction and everything, you need the capacity within your agency to address those changes and address some of the needs that many of my colleagues mentioned. Can you talk a little bit about how critical it is for us to really understand that, funds and resources are needed?
I would say just a decade or so ago, HUD and housing made up 7% of the federal budget, discretionary budget. Mm-hmm. Today it is 1%. Yeah. And so then it was a priority. Housing was a priority at that time. It is not anymore because we don't put the resources behind it to make it a priority. So until we can get back to a point where we realize that the only way to solve this problem is to preserve the housing we have, to bring public housing up to speed, to hopefully build more public housing, and to encourage the market to build more low-income and moderate-income housing, we will not get out of this because we no longer make it a priority.
And, with the little resources that we have and the crisis just getting bigger and worse every time we don't fund it properly and make it a priority, one of the things I struggle with is I have a lot of housing commissions throughout my community and district, is that they're making a lot of really important decisions about the limited funding that they have. And so, it's something I talked to you about, Secretary Fudge, but, currently HUD offers a free online training for all the, public housing agency board members called Lead the Way.
Yep.
The training covers topics like governance and financial management, super important. Again, all of it's currently optional. Do you think Lead the Way training should be required for all public housing administration executive directors, board members, commission members? Again, especially if they're now scoring or having troubles within the public housing assessment system right now.
Well, I'm not sure that I say it should be required because clearly that's up to the local governments. But what I would say is that they should be encouraged to take the training that is available or have our staff, we're happy to come in and do a training. We have technical assistance in every single community in this country. It is important that they know what they are dealing with because I think that the more knowledge you have, or like the old people used to say, if you know better, you do better. Mm-hmm. And I think that it is important that they understand what they are doing and what the consequences are of not having.
And the responsibility. And Secretary Fudge, many of them are appointed by mayors. They're appointed by bodies, and they think it's some sort of, they don't realize the incredible responsibility that we gave to them, for them to self-determine what they believe is a priority. And one of the things I've mentioned to you, again, if Detroit Housing Commission continues to struggle, and I understand now, as of 2023, Detroit Housing Commission has a substandard public housing assessment system designation. What can I do? I mean, you've been in my position. People need housing and they can't get in there because of backlogs and so many other things and the conditions of some of the housing that I have in my district. What can we do together to fix it?
I would love to come or send someone to your district to sit down with the people who make these decisions and have a conversation.
Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Secretary Fudge. I hope to see more of you the rest of this Congress as we continue to work together to address California's rampant homelessness challenges that we have. In your earlier dialogue with one of my colleagues from Pennsylvania, you talked about the HUD's latest report on homelessness, where it showed that California is responsible for staggering 1/3 of the nation's total homeless population. So I'd like to ask you, in your study and the report, what did you find as the reason why the numbers are so high in the states like California and New York?
Again, now we didn't necessarily do a report to determine why they're there. We did the numbers to show where the problem is largest, but I would suggest to you very, very strongly, as I have talked to mayors, and I've been in California many times, the cost of housing in those communities is so high. You take, I was talking to the mayor of San Francisco, she says per door to build a new home in San Francisco is $800,000. $800,000. The same thing is happening in Los Angeles or Santa Barbara or wherever it may be. So the cost alone is making it a difficult situation.
So I know you see that there is, you're seeing some correlation between high home prices and the high rate of homelessness?
Absolutely, because think about it this way. If you live in a community where people can't live, they can't even work. They can't work in your communities because they can't live in your communities. And so they become unemployed because they have no way to get to work. They can't live in the communities in which you want them to work. And so it creates not only a housing problem.
So what are some of the lessons HUD can learn from these two states to what not to do to combat the homelessness?
I think that what we need to do is, first off, find ways to get people housed. That's the first thing we need to do. But secondly, and more importantly, we need to talk to not just governments, but the business community about getting some of these people in positions where they can work.
So in that regard, in my state of California, Governor Newsom had a Project Room Key, but it was a failed policy because that Project Room Key was evidence that providing housing without addressing the underlying cause of homelessness, like mental health, like the substance abuse, is not a sustainable policy, right? So in fact, according to the recent report in CNN, California spent $17.5 billion to combat homelessness. That is between the years of 2018 to 2022. But during that same period, unfortunately, California's homeless population increased. So to me, that shows that throwing government money at the problem is not working. Do you believe or do you agree that the mental health and substance abuse are the root causes of homelessness?
I do not.
You do not believe that?
I believe that they are some of the causes, but economics is a big issue as well.
Do you agree then maybe we should treat that along with providing shelter, because you mentioned that we need to get these people into the shelter?
I think services should go with housing, no question.
Well, do you support or oppose allowing Housing Plus organization? These organizations pair their housing and treatment services, and they are proven to be successful. So would you support Housing Plus to compete on an equal basis for federal funding?
I support anybody who wants to compete for federal funding if they are doing the job that we know needs to be done. I disagree with the fact that Housing First is not effective. It is indeed proven to be very effective. But I would also say that anyone has the ability to apply to us for grants. We don't say that you can't apply for grants. I mean, that's not something we do.
Well, I want to talk about one other issue. You know, last year, Orange County in my district saw the year-over-year median price of a home rise by 14.2%. That puts any median average home prices to more than $1 million. So in my view, increasing the supply of housing could help us decrease the price pressure of home prices, right? In my home state of California, we have this onerous environmental review process for constructions. So something like, the NEPA requirement. So what is HUD doing to harmonize REPA requirements of these, those states, like in California?
Unfortunately, that is the law. So we have to follow the law.
Well, considering the deficit in the housing supply, are you thinking about fast-tracking NEPA requirement to increase the housing supply?
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Could I listen to her response?
She may respond in writing.
Okay, thank you.
If the question is, what are we doing to try to bring down pricing? Is that what you're asking me? Listen, we work when communities ask us to do it, we do. I mean, we're very flexible.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The secretary may respond in writing. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Always a pleasure, Madam Secretary. You've been a true friend of public housing, as you promised you would be. The New York City Housing Authority, which is in a state of crisis, needs every dollar it can get, and I appreciate everything that you and Deputy Secretary Todman have done to enable NYCHA to access new streams of federal funding. As you know, the story of public housing is largely a story of federal disinvestment, congressional disinvestment. NYCHA has historically not received the full formula funding to which it is statutorily entitled. And since federal funding for public housing is subject to the whims of congressional appropriations, NYCHA has received only a percentage or a proration of the full formula funding. So as a result, since 2001, NYCHA has seen a cumulative loss of over $1 billion in operating subsidies and over a $500 million loss in capital grants. NYCHA's annual proration has fallen to levels as low as 82%. And so by way of comparison, imagine telling a private landlord you're only going to receive 82% of the revenues you need to operate your properties. How do you think most landlords would respond to the sudden loss of nearly 20% of their revenues?
They would not be very happy, certainly. And it would create an environment where they may not even be able to continue to do business in that way.
So Congress holds public housing to a double standard. Congress imposes on public housing authorities the kind of funding losses that no private landlord would ever be reasonably expected to absorb. Congress starves public housing of the funding it needs, sets it up to fail, and then scapegoats public housing authorities and HUD for the failure that Congress has brought upon them. Instead of deflecting blame, Congress should look in the mirror. Congress itself has long been the worst slumlord in the United States, subjecting public housing to decades of demolition by neglect. If private landlords did to private housing what Congress has done to public housing, those private landlords would be sent to prison for endangering the welfare of their tenants, and rightfully so. So public housing is not just a footnote in the federal budget. There are millions of people who live in these units. And when aging elevators and boilers are breaking down and when roofs and bricks come crashing down, lives are put at risk. And yet those lives, largely black and brown, are often overlooked. On a new topic, the Federal Financing Bank Risk Share Program is a partnership between HUD and Treasury. It provides low-cost capital that finances affordable housing. FFB has largely been a success story, financing over 38,000 units of affordable housing throughout the United States. Even though it has been effective, FFB is due to sunset in 2024. Does HUD support a long-term extension of FFB?
We want to make it permanent, Congressman.
That's great. And I've spoken to a few housing finance agencies that would love to see greater flexibility in FFB. Is HUD willing to improve upon FFB to provide housing finance agencies with greater flexibility?
Yes.
That's great. And on a separate topic, as you might have seen in the news, a building collapse in the Bronx led to the displacement of more than 100 residents. Since HUD is one of the leading funding sources for affordable housing, do you believe, as I do, that HUD has a vested interest in ensuring that all HUD-assisted housing is structurally sound and that the people who live there are physically safe?
Yes. Can I just say this?
Of course, absolutely.
One of the things that I have determined that is going to be the determinant if we are a success is that people know that we don't want them to live in housing that is substandard or housing that is not safe. It is my personal priority.
I appreciate that. And Congressman Adriano Espaillat and I represent the West Bronx, where the building collapse took place, and we would love to work with you to figure out how do we improve the federal government's role in building safety? How do we support local and state efforts to promote building safety and affordable housing? So I hope we can work with you.
There's no question that we will.
And I just want to respond. I feel like a number of my Republican colleagues feel like it's a mystery. You know, why is there so much homelessness? And I think my view is that the solution to homelessness is a home. When you have fewer homes than people need, you're going to have more homelessness. And so in order to have more homes, it requires more investment. Like the notion that you can defund HUD, defund affordable housing programs, and then magically create enough affordable housing to meet the demand, I think Congress is living in la-la land. So I just think the lack of common sense that's underlying some of the questions that I've heard today has been staggering, but I appreciate your public service.
Thank you so much, Congressman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your service to our country. Later this month, there will be a workforce housing summit in Columbus, Nebraska that I have worked to put together with the Columbus Chamber of Commerce. We're going to have FHFA Director Sandra Thompson. One of your leaders from your office in Omaha has kindly accepted an invitation, and representatives from the GSEs in attendance. The unemployment rate in Columbus is less than 2%. That sounds like a good thing, but Columbus has a severe worker shortage that is keeping its economy from growing the way that it should. There are over 2,000 available jobs in Columbus right now, and we're talking about a city with a population of only 24,000. A city administrator in Columbus described the problem in the following manner. She said, quote, "Even if they, meaning employers, attract the perfect person from out of town, if they don't have anywhere that they can find to live that meets their preference, then they're not going to come. I've heard story after story of people declining offers because they can't find a place to live or leave after a short period of time because they couldn't find a place to live," end quote. In Columbus, the worker shortage and housing supply shortage are intertwined. In order to get the workforce they need to grow, they need housing stock to provide places for those people to live. Inflation and the rising cost of building materials has made addressing this problem even more challenging. Over the last construction season, Columbus was supposed to have nearly 1,300 new units built in the city. However, when the costs rose again, the city lost most of those units. Secretary Fudge, can you just comment on this phenomenon in Columbus, Nebraska? Are you hearing about this in Midwestern cities across the heartland, across America, the short supply of housing, the inability to house workers, and its stifling economic development opportunities?
Unfortunately, it's not just in the Midwest. There's a crisis in housing in almost every city in America. Because we just have not, over the last really 30 years, invested in building moderate and low income and workforce housing. We just as a nation have not done it. And so we find ourselves now in a position where the shortage of houses is creating the exact problem. I was in Boulder, Colorado, the same thing. They can't get people to work there because they can't get there and they can't live there. So the problems are everywhere. It's not just in the Midwest.
You also have the vantage point of seeing the very best of America, the parts of America. Give me, if something comes, what comes to your mind when you think about a community that's working to solve this problem and they're making real headway, and what are they doing to make it work?
Well, the thing that I see that works most is that they actually have a plan as to how, and that includes all of the stakeholders, not just the government, not just us. They actually talk to people, local leaders. They talk to civic leaders. They talk to business people. They come up with a plan that they can work together to bring people into their communities. It can't be done by just us.
Right, understand, and I totally agree. Banks have to be involved, businesses have to be involved, employers have to be involved. Is there a city in America that has figured out the secret sauce to put that together and to use and develop a plan that we could point to and say, this is working here, they're solving this very issue in this community?
There are a number of them. I was in Alaska, and I sat together with a group of people. They are figuring out how to do it, and it's working well. Not that they don't have their problems. Every city does. Houston does a good job at it. Los Angeles does a good job at it. There are a number of communities all over the country who do a good job, big and small communities that do a great job.
Are you seeing a lot more multifamily housing units being built across America? People now renting instead of buying because they simply can't get into a house?
Well, what we are seeing is zoning and planning that is making it more difficult to build them. Because it goes back to the old, I don't want it in my backyard.
And I am a sponsor of the YIMBY Act, and we hope to change that and working across the aisle to do that.
That will go far.
Well, thank you. I like to hear that. You know, the problem in Columbus, Nebraska is particularly serious, and I appreciate that your agency and the leadership in Nebraska out of the Omaha office are going to be present at this workforce summit. You're right. This isn't a problem that government can solve. Everybody in the community has to solve it. But as you work with your agency, please encourage everyone in your agency to know how much we appreciate them coming to Columbus, Nebraska, and any ideas off the wall or otherwise would be appreciated, because my goal as a congressman in the 1st District of Nebraska is to find opportunities, especially for folks, if dad's working 40 hours a week, mom's working 40 hours a week, they should have the American dream. They've earned it. That belongs to them. And so I appreciate your efforts, and I look forward to working with you on this. Thank you.
I appreciate yours as well. Thank you, Congressman.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary, I took note of my colleague Mr. Torres's comments about NYCHA receiving roughly 80% of the rent reimbursements. And you said if that was applied to a private landlord, quote, would not be happy. But that's exactly what happens with New York City's arbitrary rent control laws every day. Do you support New York City's rent control laws?
I have no idea what they are, other than the fact that they try to keep housing moderate. It's not something that we deal with at HUD.
Do you support rent control in general?
Depends on how it's done. I mean, in general, yes.
Okay.
Depending on, but every tub sits on its own bottom. I can't say I agree with it across the country.
So in the biggest city in America, you're not aware of New York City's rent control laws as the HUD
Secretary. I'm aware
Secretary?
of the law. I just have not read it. I don't know what's in it.
Do you support the general concept of good cause eviction?
What does that mean?
Good cause eviction is a law being proposed in New York that would make it extremely hard for a landlord to evict a tenant.
I've not read the New York law, obviously, and I'd have to do that in order to say whether I support it or not.
Okay. You said you support rent control laws. Is the rental property that you own in Warrensville, Ohio, subject to rent control?
I don't have really any rental property.
You don't? Your financial disclosure form specifies that you have a rental property.
My mother lives in it and my niece lives in it. I guess I don't consider it rental property.
Okay. I mean, you label it a rental property.
It is.
So,
yeah.
okay.
Technically, it is.
Okay. Well, I mean, technically.
And it is rent controlled, quite frankly. It is.
Rent controlled by law or by you?
By me.
Okay. Fair enough. Madam Secretary, I took note of your exchange with Chairman McHenry earlier about the length of time that you've been sitting here testifying. It's been over 900 days since you last testified before this committee. When you last testified, you stated, "I pledge this. If I have the honor of being confirmed, I will be accessible to you. I will listen to you, and I will be a partner to you to solve the housing challenges your constituents are facing back home. I expect you to hold me accountable along the way. I welcome that accountability, and I will always strive to be transparent and a good faith partner as we work together." It's been over 900 days since you last testified here. Do you support a yearly requirement for the HUD Secretary to testify before Congress?
I think it's reasonable, but let me just be clear again. It's been 900 days not because of me. We have worked many times to try to schedule this. The only definitive date I have ever received from this committee for last year was December 6th, and that day I could not attend. That is the only date I have been given by this committee. And I do respond to every inquiry I receive. So I have done what I said I would do.
Well, I think Chairman McHenry had an inquiry that had not been responded to, but, so you support a yearly requirement. I have legislation to do that.
It's reasonable.
Okay, so you will endorse that, and...
I don't need to endorse it. I mean, it's up to you. I just
Yeah,
believe
well-
it is reasonable.
Okay, but, I mean, when the Fed chairman is coming in, when the Treasury secretary is coming in on a yearly basis, and in many cases testifying multiple times a year, I would think the HUD secretary certainly
I'm not
could...
disagreeing with you.
come-
I'm saying to you, I think it is reasonable. You don't have to convince me.
Great, so we will move forward with that, and we look forward to you being here on a yearly basis. We're about 6.5 million units underbuilt in this country right now. There's no question we have a supply issue in this country. What is your main objective to actually help increase supply? What is the best pathway forward that you as HUD Secretary are working on while respecting home rule, as you said to Mr. Garbarino before, to actually help incentivize the building of housing units in this country?
We create an environment in which people want to build, one that has less regulation, more input from communities, zoning issues that need to be changed, planning issues. We are creating an environment through assistance through low-income housing tax credits, through housing trust fund resources, through housing finance agencies, through the Federal Financing Bank. We've done an awful lot to create an environment in which people want to build.
I just want to clarify one last thing. You said earlier 40% of housing is owned by private corporations. According to Freddie Mac, only 2.5% is owned in the
I said in the
purchase
next
market.
10 years.
In the last 10 years?
I said in the next 10 years.
Oh, and you're just coming up with a number?
No, it's a number that's been projected through people who do this work. No, I didn't just come up with a number. I'll send you the report.
We would love to see the report because 2.5% to 40% is a massive jump.
I'll send it to you tomorrow.
But you said that owning, private corporations owning is a bad thing. I just want to make sure you don't actually think private corporations owning property is actually a bad thing.
I did not say a bad thing. That's your word. What I said was, when they buy these properties, if they hold them and not put them back on the market, what it does is increase the cost of the housing that is already there. I even said, it's not illegal. Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
You've extended time.
Thank you.
Look where you are.
I see. It happens every committee hearing.
Okay, then I'll take the extra time.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important hearing that we're having today, and something that is near and dear to my heart, living in deep South Texas, where the population is close to 90% Hispanic. I thank the Secretary for appearing for us, or before us today. Secretary Fudge, this committee has rightfully been focused on housing affordability and the historic pressures on consumers are facing today. However, given the magnitude of federal dollars that is sent to your department, the housing affordability discussion cannot be had effectively without HUD's commitment to be better stewards of our tax dollars and root out waste, fraud, and abuse where found. Would you agree with that?
I would. I wish somebody would tell me where the waste, fraud, and abuse is.
So you have not found any kind of waste, fraud, or abuse in your time there? Interesting. I'm going to leave that right there because I think that when you come back, as you have said you would, on a yearly basis, we'll be able to point out some waste, fraud, and abuse that has been found in HUD. And I think that might be helpful for you in your tenure.
It would.
Look, it has been mentioned that as of March 2023, HUD has nearly 1,000 open recommendations from HUD's own Inspector General. Recommendations that have cost taxpayers billions of dollars due to HUD's historic unwillingness to act on these. Now, Secretary Fudge, you mentioned you inherited many of these recommendations, but given the importance of the Office of the Inspector General, do you believe that recommendations made by their office should be mandatory?
I would say you're looking at a report from March 2023. If you would ask the IG today, she would say to you that we have closed 1,000 of those recommendations.
Well, we just pulled the record, and there's still close to 800 that are open.
Because we had almost 2,000.
But there's still 800 that are open.
And we are working every day.
Do you have a deadline by which those will be closed?
Do I have a date by which they will be closed?
Yes.
I don't, but I can certainly give you an idea once we go back and see which ones are still outstanding.
I think that would be fair. Thank you. Given the sheer amount of unaddressed OIG recommendations, it is not hard to believe stories I'm hearing from communities across my district regarding HUD's management of specifically the grant programs. I actually wrote you a letter recently concerning Texans and a HUD grant program that is administered by Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Program. I sent you a letter on November 6th outlining the urgency of this matter. In short, communities in my district and all across Texas have been waiting for years for HUD to release millions of dollars they have already been awarded for much needed disaster mitigation. This amounts to tens of millions of dollars for communities in my district alone, many of which are rural, underserved communities that do not otherwise have the excess resources needed to complete these projects. Are you familiar with the urgency that this has caused my communities, not only in my district, but all across Texas?
We're very disappointed that the GLO has not distributed those funds. We are not holding the funds. Those funds are in Texas with the GLO and have been in Texas for years.
So can I have your commitment to work with our office in order to see where the finger pointing is here? Because we have information that says it's being held up by your office and you're pointing the finger at Texas. Quite frankly, our community doesn't have time to play political games of finger pointing. What we need to do is get our communities the much needed resources and grant money that was supposed to come to them. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, thank you for being here all day, and apologize for the disruption with votes, but that's, I guess, part of the gig on both our parts, right?
Par for the course.
You know, when I think about, obviously we're here to talk about housing, which obviously is, there's a correlation with the economy, and I think about the challenges facing our economy as a whole, whether it's inflationary pressures, which have impacted rents and affordability for that new home buyer in particular, immigration, as we've seen and what it's done to economies across the country, and then just in general, the spending in the economy as a whole. My colleagues have touched on this a little bit, but I'd like to continue with the topic the illegal immigration surge, and we have record numbers coming across the border, whether you agree or disagree with that, doesn't matter. That's really not the purpose of this hearing. But has the surge of individuals coming into this country had an impact or plagued the housing market at all from your perspective?
I'm sure that in certain communities, absolutely it has.
Yes, ma'am. Well, specifically, the Biden administration's American Rescue Plan added $5 billion in additional emergency housing vouchers to the $80 billion Congress had previously allocated in prior COVID relief legislation. HUD changed the program participation requirements so that illegal aliens could receive HUD vouchers that can be used to subsidize rent and forestall foreclosures. Is allowing illegal aliens to use federal housing vouchers really going to fix the housing crisis for Americans?
First off, that is not true. It is not accurate.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll follow up on that in writing and look for a response in the coming days, if that would be sufficient.
That's fine.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I would argue that as we look at, take Nashville, for example, that between 2019 and 2022, the number of people that became homeless for the first time increased by 75%, according to the Metro Homeless Impact Division, their data. If there's a prior, are you seeing, or do you feel that your agency under your watch is prioritizing illegals over Americans?
We do not.
If we can point out where that's happening, what are you going to do about it?
If it is happening, we're going to do what is necessary to follow the law, which specifically says that we cannot do it.
All right, very good. So your own record saying that the law states illegals cannot get said vouchers.
It doesn't say it that exact way, but it does say that we
Yes, ma'am.
cannot
All right,
serve.
sure, paraphrasing. And then you are committed to correcting it if we find that that is the case.
Yes.
I appreciate that. So I want to jump topics. So the GSEs, again, more of a Treasury issue, but do you think the conservatorship of the GSEs has had an impact on the availability or pricing of the market, if you will, and its impact on rents and mortgages?
Well, I really can't speak that much to, because I don't spend a lot of time evaluating what the GSEs are doing, but I do not believe so.
Yes, ma'am. Well, if the GSEs were privatized, and they had access to more private capital, which they then could in turn lend, would that not be part of the solution? Not a silver bullet, but a part of the solution in fixing the housing crisis as we look forward to the economy?
I would say that since Congress is who actually created the GSEs, it should be Congress to make that decision, not me.
Well, so I'm not asking you to make a decision. As Secretary, who is someone who's looking and analyzing the data on the housing market, what I've suggested or asked is if Congress were to take said action and you were to see an increase in privatization with the GSEs, more available capital on the market. I think I'll quote loosely my colleague Torres. He said, part of the solution for the crisis is more homes. So if you have the GSEs providing capital into the market, would that not be part of the solution?
The GSEs right now have about $6 trillion. They have plenty to put resources into the market.
Well, I think the ability when they're privatized and the nimbleness and the nature of who and when they can loan changes.
I don't know that much about how the GSEs operate. I'm just saying to you that there are resources there now for them to do the lending that we need to have done.
Yes, ma'am. And so if we find impediments, again, with the GSEs as it relates to HUD, and there's a correlation there, we will certainly reach out, and I appreciate your time.
That'd be great.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We have now concluded with all of our members. I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the HUD OIG Priority Open Recommendations Report for fiscal year 24 from January 2024, and note the item on page 6, quote, improvements are needed in HUD's fraud risk management programs, end quote, in case you need help in looking for waste, fraud, and abuse.
Without objection.
Thank you. I would like to thank Secretary Fudge for her testimony today and look forward to making this a yearly occurrence. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witness for her response. I ask Secretary Fudge to please respond no later than February 16th, 2024. This hearing is adjourned.